The first football Sunday, I am legitimately nervous, but I am excited to get into it. And I'm hopefully going to be able to help you with your fantasy football teams. Obviously, we'll be talking about the injury updates as they come out. Right now, we don't have anything additional to McCaffrey. I'm assuming that we're not going to get that until closer to kickoff. But hopefully we get it because he plays later in the day today. So that's going to be something that's very important to look at. We are first going to start this off by getting into some of the team reviews. We are starting this stream super early. So I think we can wait a bit on the start sit questions. And I know maybe people are wondering, Mason, how is this person going to be able to see their team review? They submitted this a day ago. Don't they need to be in the live stream? Well, that's where you're wrong, because the developers on flockfantasy.com, they are geniuses. They set it up where when you ask a question on flockfantasy.com, it doesn't matter if you're in the live stream, out of the live stream, tomato. Whenever I answer your question, so the second that I answer Raza Sella's question here, it is going to be sent to them on flockfantasy.com. They will also be notified by email a custom live stream link to this stream. And when they click it, it will take them to the exact time that I answer their question. So this is going to be about a 5-hour live stream. If I come across somebody's question 3 hours into it, I'm going to answer it and it will get sent to them, and they click on the link and it jumps them to 3 hours into the live stream exactly when I answer their question. So pretty cool. It allows us to get questions in at any time of the day and answer them at any time of the day. Pretty much guarantee that if you submit a question at this point, we will be able to get back to you within 24 hours. Kevin says, congrats on the engagement, my man. Thank you so much. And I literally just rolled out of bed, but I did see that the photographer, who's the same guy who shot the Flock League stuff, I had him hiding there in disguise. He sent me a Google Drive with the photos. I've not been able to look at them yet, but I'm excited to take a peek at them. I'll be doing that on the other monitor. But anyway, let's check this out from Raza. Enough stalling. Says, bow down and gives me a BTJ. Okay, interesting team name here. Interesting decision. But we are second in the league analyzer. It's a 10-team start 8. So here, 10-team start 8. Options on the waiver wire should be decent. But at the same time, depth is still gonna matter, right? Like, you can't just get away with saying, oh, okay, well, we only have to start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, so the depth is meaningless. No, the depth does matter somewhat here. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Bo Nix, we have Caleb Goff on the waiver wire. So realistically, Bo Nix is in that range of guys where you probably are starting him every single week over these waiver wire options, but he's not a top 4 name. He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Jaden Daniels. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Jalen Hurts. So if there was a way that we could get there, I would love to. But realistically, looking at a roster, I think it's going to be much easier said than done. I don't think trading, like if you could trade Sutton and Bo Nix to get to one of the big 4 QBs, I would. But it's not like we have a ton of wide receiver value. Going over and looking at what we have with running backs, we have Gibbs, Kyron, and Judkins now looks like he may be a viable guy this year, which is very exciting. We have Scat, Braylon Allen as long-term upside shots with Tajee Spears. So running back room is absolutely incredible. You can see according to the league analyzer, we have the second best running back room in this league. And yeah, I think it's great. Now, if we were looking at making any waiver wire moves from here, if Tajee Spears was on your bench and not your IR, I would drop Tajee Spears in favor of Rachaad White. But I'm going to assume that Spears is actually probably on your IR and we're not able to make that pivot. But with that being said as well, just sticking with Rachaad White, we've seen Rachaad White be a running back 1 the year before they got Bucky. Of course, I would never expect Rachaad White to get back to that with Bucky Irving. But is there a world in which we could see a Bucky Irving injury and Rachaad White turns into an every week starter in fantasy football, yes, I honestly think that. If we're going to look at what we could potentially have with Isaac Tesla turning into an every week starter in a 10-team league, I think Isaac Tesla very much could be like a fun best ball play where, like, similar to what we were talking about with Quentin Johnston, you get some random usable weeks. But in terms of him actually being able to be a predictive starter that you can jam in your lineup every week, I don't know if that is going to be in the range of outcomes. So I would be planning on dropping Isaac Tesla in favor of either Judkins or Quentin Johnston. Going to be up to you there. And then going over and looking at tight end, we have the elite level name with Kittle. If you thought your league mates are going to be super trade happy, you could potentially look to pick up Kincaid by dropping Isaac Tesla and hope that Kincaid goes nuclear. But obviously, if you are not able to trade, you know your league mates better than I do. If they would laugh you out of the building, if you had Kincaid and Kittle and you went out there and you tried to trade somebody Kincaid, which is what my league mates would do, they would laugh me out of the building, then we don't need to worry about it. But overall, since it's a start 8 league, I think the skill positional depth here is going to be more important than it otherwise would be. So for that reason, again, I'm not going to fault you at all if you're fine sitting with this team as is. It's second in the league analyzer. It's a good team. The only thing I could potentially explore would be seeing if we could trade like Sutton and Bo Nix again to go get one of those top 4 QBs. There's a good chance that those trades get rejected, which I wouldn't fault your league mates at all for rejecting them. I probably would. So I think at the end of the day, you probably will be staying as is and not really making any moves. But I think that's all I got for you here. I really do appreciate you, my friend. I wish I had more, but overall, I think you have a good team, and I think it's set up well for your format. Now, let's go over to our next question. This is coming out from John is Amazing. So I feel like I got a pretty good roster this season. Double flex, full PPR, so I tried prioritizing wide receiver early. The worthy injury hurt me week 1, but I'm trying to overcome that. I won my league last year thanks to you and looking to run it back. I really appreciate you, my guy. And it looks like we are the second team in the league analyzer, and I'm going to assume that's because of the Xavier Worthy injury. I'm going to assume if we didn't have the Worthy injury, then this team was probably a little bit higher initially. Now, looking at what we have with our quarterback position, we are sitting with Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, 12-team format, obviously better option than he is in a 10-team league. Similar to what we saw with Bo Nix earlier. I think you could probably say that this is a little bit of an awkward spot. In that he's not one of the elite level names. But at the same time, he's not in the range that I'm like, man, you really got to pick up another quarterback and play the matchups here. Like, you're probably starting Baker Mayfield every week over Lawrence, over Michael Penix, over Tua, regardless of what the matchup is. Now, going over to running back, it's a start 8 format, so the skill positional depth is going to matter a decent amount. Like you already said, double flex. We have James Cook, DeAndre Swift, Jalen Warren. So I feel very comfortable with that trio of running backs in terms of giving us a baseline floor and us having startable players. But the ceiling of it, you can make an argument, is maybe a little bit questionable. We have Rachaad White down there on the waiver wire, as well as Byshell Tootin. So for me, with Jaden Blue being the healthy scratch week 1, I personally would go through and I personally would drop Jaden Blue in favor of Rachaad White. Again, we actually talked about this in the previous review, but I think that we've seen Rachaad White with no Bucky Irving be a running back 1, where I think if that's in the range of outcomes, I'm going to be completely fine with just at least calling him a premium handcuff back, right? At the very minimum. Over 2 wide receiver, it's a double flex format. So it's going to be difficult for us to do much here. We're going to go Jefferson, Evans, Hunter, Golden as pieces that we need now because you have no Worthy and we have no Brandon Ayuk. So this team cannot afford to make a single trade until we get Worthy and or Brandon Ayuk back in. And then we have Brock Bowers at tight end. I don't think you need to sell Bowers yet, but if let's go through the hypothetical scenario that Mike Evans gets injured. If Mike Evans gets injured, then at that point, you're needing to turn around and you're needing to sell Brock Bowers, go get to a player like Brian Thomas Jr., and then just stream the tight end position. You're not there yet, though. You're fine now. Now, looking at what we have with the waiver wire at wide receiver, you had Hollywood Brown. I would consider dropping Leggett for Hollywood based off what we see with Leggett today. I have Leggett in a ton of best ball drafts, so honestly, I hope he crushes. But I think that's all I got for you. Really appreciate you, my guy. Wish I had more, but yeah, I think the Worthy injury definitely hurts this team considering it's a double flex format. Rob says, once you get married, rip fantasy is your hobby. Well, here's the beauty of my life, and here's why I live the best life on this planet, my friend. And I honestly, when I say I live the best life on this planet, it may be true. Let's be real here. The fiance has been with me for 6 years, has allowed me, or October is going to be year 6, has been with me before YouTube, has been with me after YouTube, and knows, hey, I got a live stream every single day. Maybe we just got engaged today, but she knows I got to go home and I got a live stream. So, maybe if this was only a hobby, yeah, but she knows it's also a job, so I can do exactly as I please, my friend. So, we good. Don't you worry. We are still going to be rolling with the daily live streams. I was married to fantasy first. This is my mistress to fantasy football, effectively. But real quick, let's move over to our next question. And as we do that, I want to remind y'all, every time we hit 100 likes on this live stream, we are going to be giving away some free questions in the chat. So make sure you go down there, drop a like on the stream. And also, if you have not done so already, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell next to the subscribe button. I live stream every single day, whether I'm engaged or I'm not. I'll be here. Answering as many fantasy football questions as I possibly can. I will not miss a day until Christmas. After then, you may or may not be on your own, depending on what my holiday schedule is like. But I'll be here every day until Christmas answering your questions. And yes, Nathan and I will have a beautiful, beautiful wedding. Don't you worry, Christian. But heaven coming through with our next one. St. Mason, been watching you since last year. Love the content. Keep it up. Looking to upgrade my team with an elite quarterback or whatever you think. Really appreciate you, my guy, and excited to take a look at this. So let me send you over some free questions. And I would 100% be in agreement with you that this team could use an elite level QB. We are the number 1 team in this league when it comes to running backs with Barkley, Chase Brown, DeAndre Swift, Quinshon Judkins. Wide receiver, the top end productions may be a little bit questionable. However, we have plenty of depth, so we can afford to get rid of one of them. And then going over to tight end, we have George Kittle, so we have the elite tight end already. But looking at this being a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, we are in a situation in which we are highly incentivized to build around an elite quarterback and elite tight end because skill positional depth is going to be easy to come by. The first thing I would do with your team, that's regardless of you needing to wait for the games to happen to make a trade today, I'm dropping Ollie Gordon and I'm going to be picking up Trey Benson. Easy. I think the waiver wire pivots, I'm not doing anything. While I'll be a rich man if Quentin Johnston outscores some of these names And realistically, I'd still rather have Keon. I'd rather have Godwin. I'd rather have Diggs. I'd rather have Waddle all over Quentin Johnston. And with the CMC uncertainty, I would still rather hold on to Brian Robinson over him as well. We have the elite tight end. We don't need to be looking there. Quarterback, I think that we would be streaming if we were in the Drake May range and you have like Goff, Herbert, McCarthy, Lawrence all out there on waivers. One thing that I personally would do today, I'm not going to tell you that you need to do it, but I would, is I would rather stream Lawrence instead of starting Drake May. Lawrence, great matchup, great game environment, super high implied team total. I think the Jags project to be like a borderline top 5 scoring offense this week, and super high over under in this game. And also, we got the report from Shefty saying that Hunter's going to be playing more wide receiver than corner today. He's going to be an every down wide receiver. So I would go ahead. I would probably drop May, pick up Lawrence for this week because I'm assuming it's going to be hard for us to make a trade over the next 4 hours, right? But then afterwards, I think you're 100% in play to go out there and trade for an elite quarterback. My hope would be we could do so by trading away one of the receivers. And realistically, the only wide receiver that we could trade for an elite quarterback here would be either A.J. Brown or Jackson Smith-Njigba. I think the A.J. Brown trade may be a little bit harder to get done just based off what we had with the game on Thursday. But I would trade A.J. Brown in a league with your league settings in a 2-for-1 deal to go out there and get an upgrade at QB. If you could go A.J. Brown and Drake May to get to Josh Allen, A.J. Brown and Drake May to get to Lamar Jackson, so that would be my ideal. If that is unable to happen, if those owners say, you know what, after the Thursday game, I have no interest, maybe A.J. Brown went higher than the elite quarterbacks in our league, but who cares? Then at that point, I would probably be looking to pivot from JSN to either Jalen Hurts or Jaden Daniels. I prefer Daniels between them. Outside of those top 4 QBs, I don't necessarily know if I'd be willing to go out there and trade for anybody. I think you would just kind of stick as is if you couldn't. And you'd probably just stick to streaming, which again, I think you'd drop May, pick up Lawrence, play him today, and then probably be looking at Justin Herbert long term as a pickup, or Goff, depending on matchups going forward. But I 100% am in agreement with you. I think you have a great team. You're the number 1 team in terms of value in your league. I think that just trying to trade one of those receivers for a quarterback would make a lot of sense. And if like DeAndre Swift absolutely crushed and Quinton Judkins absolutely crushed in the future, then maybe at that point you could also explore the possibility of trading Chase Brown. But for the time being, I would really hate to move Chase Brown off our roster. I think Chase Brown's going to be phenomenal. Now, our next question is going to be coming out from Who Stole My Jam? Says, Pacheco comeback season. Hopefully, but it's not looking likely so far. But we are Dason's darling team. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Let me send you over some free questions. And it looks like we are second in the league analyzer, maybe before the Chiefs game, but before the Pacheco fall, you would have been first. But this is a double flex format. So the skill positional depth is going to matter a little bit more, which it makes me a little nervous because while I love having the elite quarterback and the elite tight end in a 2 wide receiver 1 flex format, typically in a start 8 league like this, it's going to be a little bit tougher to pull it off by having both of them, unless you were able to kind of rob your league mates in the draft and somehow walk away with good running back and wide receiver positional depth. Now, looking at what we have at running back, we have Jahmyr Gibbs as the anchor. Obviously, we don't need to talk about quarterback. We don't need to talk about tight end. You have 2 elite names, and we're really excited there. We have Gibbs as the anchor. Thank God Quinton Judkins is coming back. Because realistically, week 2, if I'm submitting your starting lineup, you're probably putting Isaiah Pacheco back in there, and you're probably sending up a prayer that something good happens. But fact of the matter is, the Chiefs are going up against the Eagles week 2, so you're not excited about it. But we need to have some out on the bench for us to eventually get somewhere other than Isaiah Pacheco. And us having Quinshon Judkins, Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt, Zach Charbonnet, Dylan Sampson maybe can give us one of those outs. Now, for me, I potentially would consider dropping Ollie Gordon for Ray Davis. The reason being is neither running back would I ever consider playing outside of it if an injury were to occur in front of them. But in the case of Ray Davis, we've seen him be that premium handcuff back where we've seen a James Cook injury and we've seen Ray Davis be an auto start because of it. Where with Ollie Gordon, we're only assuming that he can be it. And for the time being, both Devon Achane as well as James Cook are fully healthy. So for that reason, I would go through and I'd drop Ollie Gordon and I'd pick up Ray Davis. Now going over to receiver, we have JSN, DJ Moore, Calvin Ridley, Stephon Diggs, Hollywood Brown, and Darnell Mooney. Wide receiver depth matters. Because again, this is a league in which you could start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, and knowing how bad our running back 2 situation is, you probably are going to have to start 4 of these receivers every week. So JSN, DJ Moore, Calvin Ridley, Stephon Diggs. Is this the best wide receiver room in the world? No, but it's going to let us get by. And that's what we need on this team. When you have the elite quarterback, when we have the elite tight end, we need to be able to get by at running back. We need to be able to get by at wide receiver and hope that Trey McBride can win us some weeks, and our running back and wide receiver room is not going to be losing them for us. I don't make a single trade with this team. The only thing I'm doing is I am dropping Ollie Gordon. I'm picking up James Cook. And I think what we'll probably opt to do in the long term is if we cannot hit on a running back 2 off the bench, if we cannot hit on a running back 2 off the waiver wire, I think that you would possibly be looking to trade Trey McBride in a 2-for-1 deal where we would send like McBride and one of your depth running backs like Judkins or Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt to try to get over to the running back range of Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, Jonathan Taylor, Devon Achane, Josh Jacobs. But for the time being, I don't think we need to do that. I think we first want to see, does Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt look startable? Because there is an outside chance that JCM goes out there and he crushes week 1 and we know like, okay, yeah, we can get this guy in our lineup week 2. But I think that's all I got for you on this. Really appreciate you. Let me make sure that we sent you over some of those free questions. So, of course, if you have anything else that you want to follow up with us, please let me know. But this is a double flex format, so those trades are going to be a little bit tougher for us to make. But let me move over and let's answer some of the non-team reviews. Let's get to some of the start sits, trades, and super messages. And once we hit 200 likes on this stream, we are going to be picking multiple people in the live chat to give away some of these free questions too. So if you have not already, go down there, hit that like button. We are up bright and early after a late night live stream last night to answer these questions for y'all. Today is the most important live stream for me of the entire year. Sunday morning, week 1's always massive. And on top of that, we got engaged yesterday. So lots of reasons to go down there and hit that like button that I really appreciate you for. Now, Juan Ocampo with our next question. Here at wide receiver, I think it's going to be easy for us to jam in Tet. And then for the flex, full PPR format, I'm going to play Cortland Sutton as well. Median projections have Tracy as the play here. But I think I'm just lower on Tracy than the projections are. Bad offense, bad matchup. Don't know if he's a good player or not. So I'd rather take the receivers with Tet and Sutton. Now, Rusty with our next one. Here at wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We are going to jam in Sutton over Metcalf. Metcalf, tough matchup, bad game environment. For the flex, I Metcalf and Buka are in the same tier for me at this point. I probably go with Metcalf. I'm starting him myself, so maybe I'm just wish casting here. But with Igbukah, if they project similarly where they're both at higher lower 56.5 total yards on Underdog, I would probably rather just go with the vet where we've seen it before and we don't have to take on too much risk. But thank you, of course, everybody in the chat. And Fotu says we hit 200 likes on the stream, so go down there and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Even if you have a free account, drop that username, and we'll go ahead and we will get a couple of y'all set up with some free questions. Now, Andrew Baba here. Quarterback, we have May, Brock Purdy. Jennings is good to go. Both have like sneaky rushing upside. Not a lot, but nothing either. 23-point implied team total for both offenses. With the CMC injury, maybe they just go through. Maybe they throw the ball more in San Fran. So we're going to go Purdy. Then over in the flex spot, dear God. My monkey brain wants to say, oh, you start Sam Laporta, but realistically, you can't start the tight end over Michael Pittman Jr. But I mean, I would love for us to go and trade one of our tight ends for a top end receiver for sure. Now, let me find some people in the chat real quick to give away some free questions too. We got Born to Nullify. Let me look you up on the site. I can only find you on flockfantasy.com if you use code FLOCK on your accounts, which I was able to find you. Looks like you got a free account. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. We just sent you over some free vouchers so you can get some questions in either for this stream or maybe another one. And then we got AD Fantasy with our next winner. Let me find you. Just found you and sent you over some of those free vouchers. So thank you again for hanging out with us in the live stream. And I'd be super happy to answer whatever questions you want today or a different one if you have none right now. Now, let's move this over. And also, please remind me when we hit 300 likes on the stream so I can pick somebody else to give a winner. Now, Bitter Hornet with our next one. This is Rashee Rice, Ricky Pearsall versus Cooper Kupp, AJ Brown. I feel like we answered this in the stream yesterday or something very similar to it. Wide receiver left over, we'd have Tet. Yeah, right now your wide receiver room, I think, is not good enough for us to deal with the Rice suspension. So I'd go with AJ Brown. Like, I think Rashee Rice versus AJ Brown could be very comparable once Rashee Rice is back from his suspension. But not having him for the 5 games would be very tough. Now, Bitter Hornet coming with our next one. This is JCM, Ricky Pearsall, Tyler Warren versus Brock Bowers. This is Brock Bowers easily. And I have JCM on my team. I took him in the last round. Feel really good about it. Feel like it's already been the biggest hit of our draft. But if you could package together like 3 mid-round guys for somebody who went round 1 or round 2, you go for it right this second. Okay, now Lucas Noodle. Wide receiver, I think we're going to play DK Metcalf. Really positive news regarding Travis Hunter. So here's my thing, all right? And this is going to be me being honest with you. My monkey brain looks at this and I go, I want to start Travis Hunter. Good game environment, good over-under in this game. High implied team total. Obviously, we have a high team total as well in the, gosh dang, for whatever reason, Underdog's blocked my location. I can't pull up pick 'em. Let me try to figure this out. We have a high total in the Washington offense. You'd assume that they're going to be able to run the ball more. I want to tell you Travis Hunter, but looking at the Deebo Samuel pick'em, he is so much higher than I thought he would have been. Here's what I'm going to have to do real quick. I'm going to have to reset my Underdog password so I can pull this up on the computer for y'all. Okay. Can y'all please spam the chat right now? Who would you rather start? Would you rather start Deebo Samuel or would you rather start Travis Hunter? Deebo Samuel, the projections are great. Travis Hunter, Adam Schefter came through and said that Travis Hunter is going to be playing effectively all the snaps at wide receiver, and he's going to be a situational corner, which is pretty much the best case scenario for him here. Okay. And I'll see what people are saying in the chat. One second. I'm trying to pull this up. Oh my gosh. Come on, Underdog. Just let me in. Okay, we're in. Okay, perfect. Let's see what people are saying. We got Deebo, Hunter, Deebo for the first 4 weeks. Deebo, Hunter. The Real Superman says Deebo's cooked. So that's my thing. I was sitting here thinking Deebo Samuel is cooked. And you know what's crazy? After we pointed out on the stream yesterday how high Deebo was in the projections and how we like some of the Deebo lowers, they actually moved his total yardage mark down. Deebo Samuel was higher, lower, 55.5 total yards. I'm sorry, that's what he is now. Where was he whenever we talked about it in the stream yesterday? Yeah, he was at 59.5 beforehand. And we were talking about going through and taking the lower. So it looks like the projections have moved him down. And Travis Hunter is at 47.5. To be honest, if you still had that like 100% profit boost token, Travis Hunter to have 47.5 receiving yards this game feels like a pretty good spot. And it could be the weather as well with Washington. I saw that y'all were talking about it raining. It's close between these two guys. I'm going to go with my gut. I would play Travis Hunter over Deebo Samuel. Unless maybe you thought you were a heavy favorite. I think Deebo maybe gives you a little bit of a higher floor, where maybe Travis Hunter gives you a little bit of a higher ceiling. But obviously there is some risk there. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is from Brady Biff. For the flex, you play Tet McMillan. Tet's an auto start. Don't think about it. Please, just jam them in. Swaney with our next one. We need 2 starts. I think we're going to be going with Calvin Ridley and Marvin Harrison. I don't like playing Calvin Ridley given the game environment against Denver. This projects to be the lowest scoring offense in the league this week with the Tennessee Titans. But I think you run with it regardless. Now, Zvarn with our next question. I'm going to go Metcalf over Waddle and Travis Hunter. I don't love the game environment where, again, this projects to be the lowest scoring game in the NFL this week between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Jets. But similar to Calvin Ridley, DK Metcalf should have almost just all the target volume here. Now, red letters with our next question. The best option that we'd have on our bench to get in our lineup, we wouldn't even consider. Quarterback, obviously, if I had a time machine, I'd go back in time and tell you to start Justin Herbert. But with the Chiefs matchup, what I realistically was saying before the game started was to start Jordan Love. And we don't have that time machine, so it looks like if you did not start Herbert already, you just got to play Jordan Love. And I'm not swapping anything from the bench into the starting lineup there. Now, it looks like we hit 300 likes on this stream. So we are going to be giving away some additional free questions in the chat right now. So I will say that if you have not done so already, please go down there and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. That way I can go through and that way I can try to pick one of y'all and get some free questions sent your way. But second thing I want to do is I want to show y'all what I did with pick'ems. I know I've been on a little bit of a cold streak. We've absolutely whiffed our last 2 pick'em slips I've showed you, which is not only embarrassing, but makes me feel like crap. But we are due. All right. I'm on a heater. I'm not on a heater. I'm on the exact opposite, but I could never be more due for this pick'em to hit. We've whiffed our last 2, and at the same time, we got engaged yesterday. So if the fantasy gods were ever going to reward us, it would be after the engagement, or at least that would be my assumption. So this is what I'm rolling with. Pollard for fewer than 82.5 total yards. You start this dude in fantasy because he's going to have every touch, but it's horrible in game environment. Projected to be the worst offense in the league this week. Deebo Samuel to not score a touchdown, and Ricky Pearsall to have 41.5 receiving yards. I would recommend doing this if you have the profit boost. We have a 40% profit boost token here. So we got a $50 entry boosted up to win over 300 if this works. And if you are not already on Underdog Fantasy, if you use promo code FLOCK when you sign up this morning, with the link in the live chat or the description, I'm setting that link now where it says Tail Me on Underdog, you will get $50 added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, if you got the season pass to flockfantasy.com, fill out the Google form on the site where you'll get an additional $10 added in your Underdog account. So you effectively deposit 10, play 5, and you'll have $70 in your account to take advantage of some of the promos they're running. Like they have the profit boost tokens dropping where they should have a 100% profit boost token today. And this is what I'm going with if y'all are interested. But I actually got word from Underdog and they let me create a custom Flock Pick'em pack also for y'all if you use code FLOCK. That's live in the app right now. Let me go ahead and pull up a screenshot of what that looks like for y'all. Our custom Flock Pick'em pack for week 1 is going to be James Cook to have at least 68.5 total yards, Josh Allen to have 230 passing yards, and Derrick Henry to have a reception where he does not hit 5 yards, which if you look at Derrick Henry last year with his usage in his usage in Baltimore, never happens. But those are 2 things that we're rolling with. Again, I would say that we are due. But of course, if you wanted to ignore me because I've been horrible over the past 2 calls, not going to fault you for it. However, and that is boosted from normally a 6x up to an 8.5x. And if you ever wanted to get me an engagement gift, go into the link in the description or live chat using code FLOCK and signing up to Underdog Fantasy and making that $10 deposit could be the best thing you could possibly ever give us. But let's pick somebody in the chat right now to give some free questions to. We got KB123. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. And if I can, we'll get some of these sent over your way. KB123. I just found you. There's an account that's also KB123456788. I'm going to send it to the one that you typed in the chat, not the other one. So you have some free questions on this account here. But appreciate you. And hope that I can answer your questions either today or whenever you want. Now, our flex call for O'Brien here, it's really going to be down between the 2 running backs with either Pollard or Tracy. I'm going to go with Tony Pollard. I think both running backs are in bad offenses. Neither are in great game environments. So I'm going to go with the guy that has his competition just completely ruled out with Tajay Spears. So give me Pollard. Now, Yeem, with our next question, based off what the projections are with Jaylen Warren, I think you have to jam in Warren. We're going for it. Now, our next one, Mr. Anonymous says, might need to pick up Ertz or Cade Otton for week 1. Is TJ Hawkinson not going to play? What the hell are we talking about? Because your boy will be in a world of pain if Hawkinson doesn't play, because I will have nobody to cut, and Dallas Goedert's already played on my bench. If you had to pick one between Ertz and Cade Otton, I'd probably go Ertz. And then here for the flex, if CMC doesn't play, obviously we're going Brian Robinson. But if CMC plays, I think you got to pivot over to Jordan Mason. But I think you got to hope for the sake of that team that CMC's out. Now let's move this over to our next batch of questions. This one's just going to come out from Dim Pants. And here on the bench, we currently have Michael Pittman Jr., Calvin Ridley. So I guess Ridley would be our best play to get in the lineup. I'm not starting him over any of the skill position guys. I don't see another option for Caleb. For me, this week and this week only, if you had an open roster spot, I would pick up Trevor Lawrence and I'd play Lawrence over Caleb. But I think we're going to probably leave this as is. But Fotu says we already hit 400 likes. I don't know if we just did this giveaway, but whatever. We have time. I'm going to be streaming all the way until kickoff. So we have time to get y'all a bunch of free questions. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat again, and we will send y'all again some free questions. And let me pull up the team reviews. I know we have some of these team reviews that we still got to get to. So the Real Superman is a longtime member of the flock and excited to check out his team here. Says, I need help at tight end and receiver. Hard to make trades happen in my league early on, but who would you package and what would you suggest? So I would agree, tight end is going to be very important in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I'm not going to be that worried about wide receiver in a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. Let's pull this up. So for the time being, we have a zillion wide receiver options. If this was best ball, you would be just printing cash. Because obviously we would be getting some of these random usable weeks out of all these wide receiver 2s. But I think I would love to trade one and see if we can get a tight end upgrade if possible. But first, let me pick somebody. We got Gucci Bucket Hat 41. Well, I will send you over some free questions on the site if I can find you. And I just found you, my friend, and sent you over some free questions. Thank you for hanging out with us in the live stream. And be happy to answer any questions that you want either in this one or the next one. And the Real Superman's in the chat too. Perfect, my guy. Please, if you were in the chat, let me know just in the chat if you have any specific things you want me to talk about with this team or questions about anything I say. Quarterback, we don't need to talk about it. We're good to go. We have Jaden Daniels locked and loaded to start every single week. 10-team app PPR, start 7 format. Absolutely love having Jaden Daniels. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, we have the number 1 running back room according to the league analyzer with Barkley, Jacobs, RJ Harvey, David Montgomery, Braylon Allen. Here's my thing with your running back room. I would make an argument that the depth pieces aren't going to matter in terms of guys that have a cap ceiling. Like, your running back room is strong enough where if you have a cap ceiling, I'm not interested. However, we look at these RBs, like David Montgomery as an example, maybe he has a cap ceiling in games where you have Jahmyr Gibbs playing. But the fact of the matter is, if Gibbs were to miss, David Montgomery will project out as a borderline top 5 running back that week. So I actually like holding on to Montgomery here, just because whenever I think about ceiling, I don't think about somebody that could, say, randomly spike when we're not expecting it and have a 30-point performance. I'm thinking about ceiling in the context of how high could I possibly rank this guy in our weekly rankings, so we know when we get him in our starting lineup. And there could be a world where David Montgomery is very easily inside the top 10 of my running back rankings that week if we were to get that injury to Gibbs. So I think we leave this as is. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have Higgins, JSN, Devonta Smith, George Pickens, Chris Olave. So your issue with wide receiver is not that we don't have the production. It's going to be that we don't know who to start weekly. Like, good luck determining how you fill out your starting lineup here. So my default would be, honestly, not to trade for a receiver, unless you wanted to try to make a 2-for-1 deal where we send George Pickens and Devonta Smith and we try to up tier to Ladd McConkey. Like Devonta Smith, George Pickens try to up tier to A.J. Brown. Obviously, if you can make moves like that, you do them in a heartbeat. Devonta Smith and T. Higgins try to up tier to Brian Thomas. JSN and George Pickens try to up tier to Drake London. Like, if you can make moves like that, then that's phenomenal. I don't think we need to even talk about upgrading at tight end, because then that will kind of solve our issue at wide receiver and it'll upgrade you in the top end and you'd feel much better about your starting lineup here. But if you can't upgrade your wide receiver position by trading 2 just for 1 back in return, which generally that's a little bit difficult to do, I think the alternative would be we go through and we try to just package together one of the depth receivers with Loveland and see the best tight end that we could get in return. By sending together maybe Devonta Smith and Loveland. Or honestly, the issue is if we wanted an elite tight end, you're not getting it with Smith. You're not getting it with Pickens. Here's my opening offer to the teams with the elite tight ends. Obviously, these are garbage offers, but we're doing it just to start a conversation if we can, or maybe lower their expectations. I'm sending them an offer. Hey, man, I'll give you Loveland and Devonta Smith. Give me back George Kittle. I'll give you Loveland and Smith. Give me back McBride. I'll give you Loveland and Smith and give me back Bowers. I'm sending that garbage offer out that way, and maybe the Kittle owner is dumb enough to accept it. Probably not. Then I think when you go up a tier and you decide, oh, okay, let me offer JSN. Can we send JSN and Loveland for McBride? Can we send JSN and Loveland for Bowers? And maybe even consider the same thing for Kittle. So those are the only moves that we could make, is selling the wide receiver depth to either get an improvement at tight end or just an up tier at the very top of your lineup. I think looking at all the waiver wire options, we're not doing anything on waivers in your league. I think you're going to go as is. Obviously, if Brandon Ayuk was on your actual bench rather than your IR, I would consider dropping him for either Hollywood or Pittman. But again, I'm assuming that Brandon Ayuk's on your IR, not actually taking up a roster spot. The Real Superman says Kittle owner only has Kittle, basically won't trade. Okay, good to know. Well, let me know if there are any other questions that you have with your team. Overall, I think you should feel really good about your team. I mean, you're second in the league analyzer here. Telmo says, did you make breakfast for your fiance? She is fast asleep. I am fast at work. I did not make breakfast, but technically right now I am bringing home the bacon, as you would say. So I think she'll be okay with me working instead of cooking breakfast. Telmo says not yet. Good answer. Thank you. But Weston says, could be a dumb question, but is Judkins playing now because he signed? He's not playing week 1. They're saying he could potentially play week 2. Real Superman says, thanks, man. I might be able to get McBride, but probably would need to do T. Loveland. Honestly, that's a completely fair price point in a league that with your league settings, I would consider trading T and Loveland for McBride. And then you just have to be an absolute god at submitting your starting lineup weekly. It's going to be tough, but I think you can do it. But I appreciate you, my friend. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And I know you've been with us forever, so thank you so much. Now let's move this over to Giants Mez. Always happy to see us. Says greetings and salutation. Thank you for your service. Also salute the troops. Salute. Heads up, in a league, we trade draft picks, even though we're a redraft league. Oh, that is brutal. Because if you're a redraft league, you could just go like, hell, if I trade all my picks in 2026 to win in 2025, and I get the first place prize, I can effectively just pay the punishment of having to pay the league dues next year with no chance to win. As your first place prize should be about at least 6 times the 1-year entry fee. So if you were just going emotions aside, the only thing that we are doing is trying to win cold hard cash. What you would effectively do is every other year you would punt. You would go, hell, it's 2025. I'm going for it. Let me trade all my 2026 picks and just have a God squad. Let me have somehow the combination of Bijan, Gibbs, and Malik Neighbors all on the same team. Now, I'm assuming we don't want to do that. I'm assuming that would make the league not fun, not only for our league mates, but also for us. And I really hope your league mates don't think about it that way and don't go for it. Now, let me send you over some free questions before we even pull up the team. This is a league where wide receiver depth is going to be very important. It's a full PPR, 12-team start, 8 league. So quarterback's not going to matter as much. Tight end's not going to matter as much. Wide receiver will matter a ton. And pulling this up, we can start 4 wide receivers here weekly. And we have the combination of Malik Neighbors, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin. So whoever we go up against, our wide receiver 1 has a good shot to be better than theirs. Our wide receiver 2 will 100% be better than theirs. Our first flex will be better than theirs. Our second flex will be better than theirs. So we can afford to be weaker at other positions. If this was a 2 wide receiver single flex, I would be a lot more concerned. But with this being a double flex where we can start up to 4 of the receivers, I think we're in a good spot. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's in that awkward spot where he's not a top 4 quarterback. He's not somebody that we can start every single week regardless of matchup. Let me rephrase that. He's not somebody that we're excited to start every single week regardless of matchup. However, we're probably going to be doing so. There's probably no world in which we're picking up a streamer like Caleb to play over Baker Mayfield. But at the same time, he's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Jaden Daniels. He's not Jalen Hurts. He was last. We go through and we look at Baker Mayfield last season, right? You can actually do this on flockfantasy.com now. You can click a player on almost any page and bring up their stats. But we have Baker Mayfield as QB4 last year with 21 points per game. But you look through his entire NFL career, 16, 10, 12, 15, 14, 17 points per game. I'm not saying that he has to be as bad as he was the first 7 years of his NFL career. He's probably somewhere in between of what he was in Tampa in 2023 and what he was in Tampa in 2024. And I assume we get some regression and he's back closer to like 18, 19 points per game, which would be the second best season of his NFL career. But I don't think we can jam him inside that top tier of QB options, but we're okay with him. Now, Max says, I just threw in a team review. Is the wait list pretty long? Looking to maybe grab food, then hop back on. Are you saying you threw in a start sit question or a team review? Because I would really hope that my team reviews are off right now, where people can't be submitting them. I'm assuming you meant a start sit. And if you ask a start sit question, it should get answered relatively soon, to be honest with you. Now, running back, we have Swift, David Montgomery, Tyrone Tracy. So 3 running backs that are startable, but not necessarily an elite option at the top that we can just jam in with confidence. I'm probably going to go Swift and realistically, week 1, you start Swift and Tracy. The reason I have Montgomery ranked over Tyrone Tracy in our rest of season rankings, even though I'd rather start Tracy in the short term, is 1, I think Scadaboo can expand his role as time goes on in New York. And 2, I think David Montgomery has the top 1 percentile outcome where Jahmyr Gibbs goes down and he's a top 3 running back in fantasy, where I could never see Tyrone Tracy being a top 3 running back in fantasy. Looking at potential waiver wire moves that we could have at running back, there are none. Going over to receiver, I think that there's a very easy pivot I would make at this point. I would drop Kyle Williams for Quentin Johnston, but I'm sure that may be a little bit tough to do if all our league mates are going to the waiver wire to try to make a play like that. So I'm not making a single trade with your team this morning, to be honest. The only thing that I would potentially look to do is If one of Jawan Jennings or Jaden Higgins crush week 1, not only with big plays, but also with volume, that's going to be very important so we can reliably start them going into the future. Then at that point, I would probably go ahead and I would probably look to trade away Mike Evans or Terry McLaurin for a premium tight end. I think you could afford it. Terry, you're probably not going to be able to get to anybody. But say we have Jawan Jennings crushing where it's like, man, Jawan Jennings actually could be a viable flex play for me. If at that point you wanted to trade away Evans and Kincaid and go get an elite tight end like Kittle, let's go for it. If you wanted to send Mike Evans and DeAndre Swift or Mike Evans and Tyrone Tracy and try to go get Kyron Williams, if you could go like Swift and Evans to get to Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Taylor, Devon Achane, a running back in that range, I think you go for that as well. But that would hinge on some of the wide receiver depth that's on our bench currently hitting and becoming viable options for us. Because the fact of the matter is, wide receiver depth is very important in your league. And I think you are so high in the league analyzer right now, being the second best team in it, because we have a lot of wide receiver depth. But I really appreciate you. And let me just triple check to make sure I sent you over some free questions. Yes, I did. So I'd be super happy to take a look at anything else that you would want from us. But real quick, it looks like we just hit 500 likes on this stream. So go down and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll give away some more free questions. We gave away a bunch of free questions this live stream. And also, once we hit 600 likes, we're going to be giving away some more. So just go down there, hit that like button. And also, I live stream answering fantasy football questions legitimately every single day. So if you're not already, make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the bell next to the subscribe button, because YouTube will tell you when we go live in that case. Like, we're doing multiple hours streaming, answering questions every single day. Like I said, I'm going to be going every day until Christmas. I'm the same guy who's live streamed every single day in the season last year, the year before. I've done this every year since 2020. So not going to miss a day on y'all. Once the holidays get here, Christmas is here, and I can't for whatever reason. Don't scream at me, but I'm going to try my absolute best. But let's move this over. We got Dexter11 as our winner. Let me send you over some free vouchers. See if I can find you on the site. If not, we'll move over to our next person. Just found you, my friend. Really do appreciate you. And thank you for hanging out with us in the live stream. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you want either in this stream, or if you want to save those vouchers for another one, by all means, you do you. Whatever makes the most sense for you and your roster, my guy. But let me go ahead and we're going to look at some of the start sit questions that we have rather than the team reviews for a second. We got WC Finn. Here needs a flex play. I think you go Tracy. Debo and Tracy are both right there for me. With Tracy, while I am concerned that we have Scadaboo long-term taking over, not as the lead back, but at least making this a committee. In the short term, it should be Tracy's season, and he should have the vast majority of work. So we're going to go ahead and we will take Tyrone Tracy here for the second flex. Demetrios, happy to see you, my guy. Thank you so much for joining as a YouTube member. Now, it's Novice coming through for the flex. If you have Kyron, you start Kyron Williams. I know Ibuka, Travis Hunter, they have a high ceiling, but no, Kyron Williams, high ceiling and high floor. You just get a guaranteed locked and loaded 3-down workload. Now, Chavez, you start Lawrence over Fields and Drake May. Lawrence is the best streaming quarterback option that you have this week. Phenomenal matchup. Sportsbooks are putting the Jags at like an implied team total of 25 points. So, super high scoring game. Travis Hunter is going to be getting a bunch of snaps on the offensive side of things, which is why I'm also going to play Travis Hunter over Nick Chubb and Josh Downs. So I think you roll with the Jag stack here. Now, our Jaco for the flex, I think, oh my gosh. This may sound wild to you, but I think you may need to bench Amon-Ra St. Brown. The game environment that you have in Atlanta and Tampa is phenomenal. I have Amon-Ra St. Brown ranked ahead of Mike Evans and Drake London rest of season. But like realistically, let me pull this up and let me show you the projections that we have with all these guys. So Drake London, you have right now on Underdog. Higher, lower 76 receiving yards. Higher, lower 13.95 fantasy points. So let's remember that. 13.95. Mike Evans, you have higher, lower 13.85. Amon-Ra St. Brown, higher, lower 11.85. The game environment in Tampa, Atlanta is just going to be so much better. And you have no Godwin. So if you absolutely love Amon-Ra St. Brown and you want to say just, man, these projections are wrong, by all means, you do you. Feel free to take higher than 11.85 fantasy points. This is for a half PPR format. But when it comes to submitting our starting lineup week 1, as painful as it is to say, I think we go London and Evans and we bench St. Brown. But the fact of the matter is we should be going out there and trading one of the wide receivers for an elite tight end or an elite quarterback if that's your wide receiver room. I love St. Brown. And again, I'm not going to fault you if you wanted to go to Underdog and take the higher than 11.85 points, but you got to play Evans in London, I think. Like if you look at, I know maybe in our tier list early in the week, we didn't have it that way, but obviously I update my rankings on the site every single day, both rest of season and weekly. The only thing that I don't update every single day will be the, what's it called? The dynasty rankings. But yeah, you can see I've already updated my rankings on flockfantasy.com, where if you pull up my weekly rankings, you'll see that I have Mike Evans and Drake London a tier ahead of Amon-Ra St. Brown at this point. Now, Goddamn says, looking to get some running back tight end value for Higgins. Loveland to Tyler Warren in a dynasty league. Lateral move, slight upgrade, and you're making a massive mistake trading. This isn't a dynasty league, never mind. So redraft format, this is a lot closer, but I still view T. Higgins in a different tier than Tony Pollard. So I think this is a trade that maybe looks okay in the short term when you have no Spears, but once you eventually get Spears back in, you'd be kicking yourself if you sold T. Higgins at that cost. Now, Batmac with our next question. We have Drake May versus Caleb. I'd consider dropping one for Lawrence if you could to stream Lawrence. Between those two, I'm fine if you play either guy. And then for the flex, if we were going to get somebody in, I guess the best option would be like Joshua Palmer. And there's no way in hell I'm playing Joshua Palmer over any of the options inside the starting lineup. So I think you'll leave this as is. I think it's a strong team. And I would consider streaming Lawrence this week if possible over those quarterbacks, even if we'd rather have those quarterbacks rest of season. Let's go ahead and let's refresh this. We got KB123, just hooked them up with the free question from the chat. Happy to see you. And let's move this over. I think we just got to start full PBR format, Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers isn't somebody that I'm in love with rest of season. Like y'all saw that I traded him in the Flock League. But week 1 specifically, you're going up against the Buffalo Bills. This game has a higher over-under of any game on the week. The Baltimore Ravens typically want to be super run heavy, but it's hard to project them to be able to do that in this game. So I think we take Flowers, to be honest with you. Now, let me move over to the team reviews. And as I pull these up, let me remind y'all what I'm going with this fine Sunday morning. And fair warning, a couple different things. 1, I'm an idiot. And 2, not only am I an idiot, but I'm an idiot who has been wrong now back-to-back days or back-to-back games with our pick'em slips. And I've missed our last 2. But we got a little bit of magic going for us. 1, we got engaged yesterday. So think we should be, which is just, it's a crazy concept to me. But we're engaged now. So I think we should have a little bit of magic for that. And also, because we've whiffed lately, I think we're due. So here are the pick'ems I'm running with on Underdog. I got Ricky Pearsall higher than 41.5 receiving yards. We got Deebo Samuel to not score a touchdown. And we got Tony Pollard fewer than 82.5 total yards. I used the 40% profit boost token. That's $50 to turn into 311. I would not recommend you to do this pick'em slip if you do not have the profit boost. But if you have the profit boost, I really like the entry fee $2 payout that we were able to get here. Obviously, I would not recommend everybody to do 50. If you want to do 5 to win 31, you do you. But if you have the profit boost token, I think that this is interesting. But it definitely depends on what you have with the payout to blah, blah, blah. The second thing is Underdog is allowing us to do another custom flock pick'em pack, probably because we lost our first one. So I'm sure it made them some money. But let's get them back on this one. So Underdog allowed us to set up a custom flock pick'em pack, and they boosted it for us in the app with Derrick Henry to have lower than 4.5 yards for his longest reception. Go through and look at Derrick Henry last season and look at how many games he had a reception with 5 or more receiving yards. It was none. James Cook to have at least 68 yards this game. And Josh Allen to go higher than 229.5 passing yards. And that would be a boosted pack, usually a 6X. They moved it up to an 8.5X for all of us. But if you wanted to tail us on either one of those, or if you wanted to go and check out your own pick'em, I will send the link in the live chat, link in the description. This is the best promo that Underdog's ever had, where if you use promo code FLOCK and play $5, you're going to get $50 added to your account. And on top of that, if you got the season pass on flockfantasy.com, fill out the Google form on the site, and you'll get an extra $10 added to your Underdog account. So effectively, deposit 10, play 5, have 70 on your account, use code FLOCK so you get all the promos. And on top of that, you get me the best anniversary gift, or not anniversary, engagement gift that you possibly could get me. So appreciate y'all. And BP, always appreciate you, my friend. Again, that link's in the description. It's in the live chat where it says tell me on Underdog. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be Murica Mac. This has had the 4th pick, and I think I did pretty good. Where can we make some improvements? So this is 2 girls, 1 cup. This is the number 1 team in the league analyzer. This is a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So we are highly incentivized to build around the running back room, the tight ends, the quarterbacks. Obviously, I like having the top end wide receivers. However, what doesn't matter at the wide receiver position here is going to be the depth. So looking at what we have with tight end, Trey McBride, absolutely love to see it. Nothing to discuss. Now, for me, Brock Purdy is in the range of players that I would say I would roster 2 and play the matchups between them. So I would consider, if I were you, picking up either Michael Penix, Tua, Cam Ward, or Bryce Young if you are excited about any of those players. I would be dropping Alec Ayomanor as well. Then going over and looking at what we have at running back. On the waiver wire, there is Isaac Guerendo. We really don't have much clarity with McCaffrey's situation. If you wanted to drop either Alec Ayomanor or Troy Franklin to pick up Isaac Guerendo and wait to see what happens with McCaffrey, I wouldn't fault you at all. And then obviously we could just go right back to the waiver wire if CMC does end up playing and if he's good. And if you aren't interested in picking up the additional running back and you go, man, I really want to roster all these wide receivers for whatever reason, because I would say your wide receiver room at the tops is good with Puka, Sutton. And it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I would probably be dropping Troy Franklin and Alec Ayomanor for Quentin Johnston and Deonta Thornton. So overall, I think that you are in a very good spot with your team. I think you're the number one team in the league analyzer. I love the construction of it, given your league settings. The only thing that I personally would do is I would opt to move on from Troy Franklin and Alec Manor. I think they're interesting best ball plays, but in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, the depth wide receivers like that are going to have a very, very, very hard time ever hitting your starting lineup. So I would drop them. I would potentially consider picking up a quarterback like Michael Penix and a running back like Isaac Guerendo if our QB1 is Brock Purdy here. But I think that's all I got for you. I really do appreciate you. I wish I had more, but again, you are the number one team in the league analyzer, so I think you already did a great job. Now let's move this over to our next question, and it looks like we just hit 600 likes on the stream. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we'll find a couple of y'all to give additional questions to. And also, if you haven't already, when we hit 700 likes on the stream, we're going to be giving away more free questions in the live chat. So make sure you hit that like button. And I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas. So if somehow you're not already, if you play fantasy football, make sure you subscribe. And I can hopefully give you a bunch of free questions and answer a bunch of questions this year. Well, let's first read the message from Kyle. It says, please review my team. How can I make it better? What did I do good and wrong in the draft? Any trades I should make? Most importantly, what do I do now that we have Godwin, Worthy, and Ayuk out? So let me send you over some free questions here, my guy. And this is a 10-team league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So let's submit a starting lineup week 1 and see how much of a concern is it that we have no Worthy, that we have no Godwin, that we have no Ayuk. Week 1, we are starting Lamar. We are starting Barkley. We are starting Achane. We are starting Kraft. We are starting Tracy. So we need 3 receivers. I'm assuming you already started Pickens, Worthy, but let's go into the future. What are we doing week 2? Week 2, I'm starting JSN, Travis Hunter, and then either Igbuka or Pickens, depending on what happens with Igbuka this week. But the fact of the matter is, you have plenty of depth. You can roll with the punches. It sucks having no Ayuk. It sucks having no Worthy. It sucks having no Godwin. But when Igbuka is your wide receiver 4 and Jennings is your wide receiver 5 out of your healthy options, it's not the end of the world. You're going to be A-okay here. And you have the elite quarterback. You have the number 1 running back room in the league analyzer. This is a great team. I hate to say it, but we do not change a single thing. I don't see a single waiver wire move. I don't see a single trade. I think you drafted a phenomenal team. The fact that you are still second in the league analyzer, despite 3 significant injuries, 2 wide receivers, puts you in a really good spot. The only thing that we're doing is once these wide receivers come back healthy, once we're in week 6, you're doing everything you can to start selling some of these wide receivers in 2-for-1 deals to upgrade either at a higher tier of receiver or to upgrade with a tight end to go get a more viable tight end. But as of today, tomorrow, the next day, the first few weeks, you just got to wait until Godwin, Worthy, Brandon Ayuk come back. But once they are back, then again, it's a very easy spot to just tell you, let's go and let's make some 2-for-1 deals to try to upgrade elsewhere in the starting lineup, actually. But for now, you need the wide receiver depth, so you can't do it. But really appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But the fact of the matter is, I think you drafted a phenomenal team. Now, let's get this going for Trust Lock. Long-time member of the flock. Always happy to see you. You know that, my guy. And let's send over some free vouchers to you. And C got the season pass this year, so you should have already had some free vouchers in your account. So let's make sure that you're set up with a bunch. So we just sent you some additional ones. Thank you for always hanging out with us in the stream. Now, we got Worthy announcement, Worthy dislocated shoulder official. It's pretty much the best case scenario with Worthy, right? Was dislocated shoulder. Let me go ahead and see if I can find what this is. So Kyler Murray was added to the injury report, but will play week 1. So, yeah, Xavier Worthy, dislocated shoulder. Best case scenario, right? Because it was either this or broken collarbone. Those were the two things people were looking at. Ravens Flock says he'll try to play with a brace. Let me see what the Rappaport. Let me go to Ian Rappaport and see if he actually tweeted out a clip and we can watch it together. Because now I know how to share my audio on the stream with y'all. Ooh, perfect. If this crap gets me copyrighted, I'm going to be so pissed. Okay, let me share this.
Charges, but also likely. Thanks, Cam. The Kansas City Chiefs in Brazil not only suffered a tough loss to the Los Angeles Chargers, but also likely lost one of their top weapons, at least for a period of time. My understanding is Xavier Worthy, the electric receiver who suffered that injury right there to friendly fire, suffered a dislocated shoulder. It is unclear as of right now how much time he's going to miss, still soliciting a second opinion. I'm told the most likely option is for him to be able to brace it up and return this season. However, test pending and surgery is still, as of right now, an option. Meanwhile, Rich, the biggest injury concern for today, and in fact later today, Christian McCaffrey, the star running back for the San Francisco 49ers. They hope and believe it is not going to be a repeat of last year. McCaffrey suffered a little bit of a calf pull on Thursday during practice, did not practice at all on Friday. But as the insiders reported yesterday, he was a big participant in the walkthrough on Saturday. And right now, McCaffrey is trending toward playing for the Niners.
All right. So, never mind. Based off how he worded that, did not sound great for Worthy. They're saying maybe he can brace it and come back this season. If that's the reporting, never mind. Not good news. And also, surgery is still on the table. So, I thought we had, maybe you still have some hope, but it's not looking good. And y'all were able to hear that, right? Norwick says, sounds really vague, unfortunately. Yeah. Maybe Hollywood Brown, it is his time to shine. But I think our stream may be getting taken down. Hopefully Ian Rappaport does not come for us. But it looks like we just hit 700 likes on the stream. So go down and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll pick out somebody to give some more free questions to. And it sounds like CMC is good to go, or at least with that. They're saying heavy participant in the walkthrough on Saturday, so it seems encouraging. And yeah, that is. Clue says, any underdog picks today, Mason? So here's what I'm rolling with. I would recommend this if you have the profit boost token. I know Underdog said that they were going to be dropping the 100% profit boost token for y'all today. And if that is the case, then this would be even better because it would be an even better payout. But I have Ricky Pearsall higher than 41.5 receiving yards, Deebo Samuel to not score a touchdown, Tony Pollard to have fewer than 82.5 total yards. Again, the multiplier that you're going to get with this is really going to be dependent on if I'd recommend it or not. I got a little over a 6x. So if you can get a 6x or higher, I would like this. And then also, Underdog is allowing us to have a custom flock pick and pack for the people who use code FLOCK. This is Derrick Henry for fewer than his longest reception, 4.5 yards. James Cook to have at least 68.5 yards. Josh Allen to have at least 229.5 passing yards. And they are boosting this from a 6x to an 8.5x for us. So those are the two things that I'm rolling with. Again, I am cold as ice. I've completely failed y'all back-to-back pick'ems now. But we're due. And we just got engaged yesterday. So combo of engagement plus the fact that we're due, I'm feeling pretty good. Now, again, I'm going to milk that for everything I can for today and probably in the videos tonight, but that's about it. But if you wanted to get us an engagement present, the best engagement present you could possibly ever give us is taking advantage of that offer on Underdog, where if you're not already on and you use promo code FLOCK, after you play your first $5, you're going to get $10. You're going to get $50 out of your account. So deposit 10, play 5. You'll at the minimum have $55 in your account. And also, if you are a season pass holder on flockfantasy.com, fill out the Google form on the site, and you'll get an extra $10 set up on your Underdog account as well. So essentially, deposit 10, play 5, and have like $70 in your Underdog account. And you find the link in the description, comment section, live chat, code FLOCK. We'll get you all the promos, and also will be the best engagement present you could get for, yes, Sal and me. We are officially engaged. But let's see. We got Slum as the winner for the free vouchers. Let me see if I can find you on the site. And if I can, I will get these sent over to you. But just found you and just sent you over some free vouchers, my friend. So I'd be super happy to answer anything that you want from us. Okay. And now let's move this over to our next question. We're going to do one more team review, and then we'll pivot over to the start sets. This is rundown information. It says new to fantasy, missed rule change, allowing second quarterback in the flex spot. Ooh, I'm assuming our team's buns in that case. Looking for potential trade routes. Love your videos. Have a great stream. Really appreciate you, my friend. Really excited to get into this. Let me send you over some free questions because I think we may need them. Yeah, if you're in a spot in which we drafted as if it's a one quarterback format, however, it was actually a super flex format, I would be surprised if our team's any good. We are the number one team in the league analyzer, but the league analyzer is assuming that this is a one QB league. So if this is truly a super flex league, okay, now thank God your league mates aren't sharp. Jared Goff's on the waiver wire in a super flex league. You're completely fine. Go ahead and drop Jacoby Myers and pick up Jared Goff. Looking at your starting lineup requirements, you got like 2 wide receivers and then maybe just like a super flex spot. Wide receiver depth in your league is never going to matter. Like Jacoby Myers may give you a relatively decent floor, but you're never getting him in your lineup over like Nico, Puka, DJ Moore. But like you have so many wide receiver pieces here, especially knowing that you have running back plays that are potential viable options in the flex with Bijan, Hampton, James Cook. Like you can drop Jacoby Myers here and feel fine about it. So I would drop Myers and I would pick up Jared Goff easily. And I would take it one step further. I would drop Brian Robinson and I would pick up Michael Penix. I want to have, if I don't have the elite quarterbacks, I would roster 3 of them. That way we can play the matchups. And if one of them has a horrible matchup, like if Jared Goff or Caleb Williams has to go up against like the Denver Broncos, and then Michael Penix gets to go up against like the Carolina Panthers, then you could see yourself talking you into filling out your starting lineup in a way where Jared Goff's on your bench. So drop Scat, drop Myers, pick up Goff, pick up Michael Penix. It's going to save you with the super flex aspect of this. If CMC is good to go, truly, we see it on Sunday and we are setting our waiver wire claims for next week, I would consider dropping Brian Robinson for Joe Mixon for the long-term upside. And then outside of that, the only thing else that I would consider is if we could trade for an elite tight end easily, I'm down for it. Like if you could go through and if you could trade DJ Moore and Mark Andrews and somehow get to George Kittle, realistically, what it's going to take is it's going to take Andrews to absolutely crush tonight on primetime, which there is a good shot that that happens because keep in mind, you're looking at a scenario in which this game has the highest over-under of any game on the week, and at the same time, you have no Isaiah Likely. So I think you could drop Andrews. I think you go ahead. I'm sorry, not drop Andrews. I think you could possibly put Andrews on the trade block, try to package him with a wide receiver depth piece like DJ Moore, and see if there's a world in which we can get to George Kittle after the games. But for now, super easy moves. You drop Scat, you drop Myers. If it's a super flex league, you absolutely have to pick up Goff, Michael Penix. That way we can play the matchups with these quarterbacks. And then you want a quarterback in your flex spot essentially every single week in a league like this. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I sent you over some free questions. I wish I had more for you, but I think your league mates kind of saved us with the fact that we're able to get those quarterbacks off the waiver wire. I was expecting this to be a much, much tougher eval, to be honest. And let's move this over and let's get to some of these start sit questions. And as I pull this up, I will remind y'all that today is the most important live stream for us all year. And I don't even know if it's that close either. The Sunday morning stream for the first week is massive for us. So if you were ever going to go down there and hit the like button, I would recommend that you do so now, or at least beg and plead that you do so now. And also, with that being said, we are going to be live streaming answering fantasy football questions more than anybody this year, like we did last year, like we did the year before, like we did the year before that. I'll be live streaming every single day until Christmas at the very minimum, answering your fantasy football questions. So if you are not already subscribed, I would highly recommend subscribing and hitting the bell next to the subscribe button. That way YouTube tells you when we are live and you can come in and get some questions. Now, Amazing John coming through. We need to start. I'm assuming you already started Hurts over Drake May. You would have been a crazy person if you didn't. Running back, Achane, Kenneth Walker are auto starts. Wide receiver, I'm assuming you started A.J. Brown. You would have been a crazy person if you didn't, or you would have been just an absolute genius. And then for our other wide receiver spots, I'm going to be going with the combo of J-Mo and Ridley. I really don't like the Ridley matchup, though. Tight end, I'm going to be going with Hunter Henry. Brenton Strange is very interesting, though, given the matchup. I really hope that we started Javonte Williams, but I'm going to submit this lineup as if we did not start Javonte Williams. And if we did not start Javonte, then we're going to be going with Diggs and Leggett, but I really hope that Javonte was in one of the flex spots rather than Leggett. Now let's move this over to our next one. It says, hey Mason, congrats on the engagement. Thank you so much, my friend. Here we have on the bench Chuba Hubbard. I would get Hubbard in. I'd play Hubbard over Devontae Adams. Super good game environment. If you're going to look at the over-under, should be a high-scoring contest. Chuba Hubbard projects out just to be the three-down back. I mean, I spent long enough coming through and claiming that Chuba Hubbard's eventually going to get turned into a running back in a committee in Carolina, and it just never has happened. So I think we can go with Chuba. Okay. Now, Finn22 with our next one says, start CMC even if he plays. Yes, if CMC plays, you for sure start him. Also, Igbuka or Jameson. Igbuka, Jameson are comparable. Like I said, we've been on top of updating our weekly rankings on the site. And one thing that we have had to do just with the projections is move Igbuka up, even if we're a little bit nervous of him being in his first NFL game ever. Y'all cannot see the rankings on flockfantasy.com yet as if it's a tier list. I'm setting them on the back end as if it's a tier list, though, and y'all should be able to see this relatively soon. But I have Igbuka in the same tier as J-Mo. I technically have J-Mo ahead of him, but I'm not going to fault you if you wanted to go one way or another. So however you have it in your lineup now, I think it's going to be up to you. But for sure, if CMC is good to go, you have to play CMC. Now, Pop Swiss says, hey, Mason, for the flex, leaning Igbuka after Dak killed me. I would not go with Igbuka in the flex. Full BBR format, he's very compelling, but right now they're telling us Tyrone Tracy's just going to be the three-down back in his backfield. But it is a full PPR format. Not only is it a full PPR format, but if we are chasing just the highest ceiling possible, F it, yeah, let's go with Igbuka because you do have a massive spread. We're going to assume that the Giants get stomped on by the Commanders. I don't know how much they should be able to run the ball in the second half. Now, Chris, with our next question, running back, Nick Chubb versus Caleb Johnson week 1. I would rather have Caleb Johnson in the long term. Like I have Nick Chubb in the Flock League. I would trade him for Caleb Johnson in a heartbeat. But Caleb Johnson's realistically going to have no role whatsoever in the short term. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Nick Chubb here. And then for the flex, I'm not going to play Caleb Johnson either. I would go Khalil Shakir over Caleb. Shakir fully healthy and in a great game environment where it should be the highest scoring game of the week. Okay. Now, gloom with our next question. Tight end, we have Loveland, Pitts, Schultz. I am, of course, hesitant to play the rookie tight end in a game environment where it's going to be a little tough going up against the Minnesota Vikings. Now, with that being said, I really like Loveland. Right away in camp, he was working with the first team. I'm not that concerned with Cole Kmet week 1. I have Loveland and Kyle Pitts ranked back-to-back this week. I'm going to go Loveland. It's going to be close. In the long term, it will be Loveland, and it won't be close. And then for the flex spot, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jacoby Myers. Myers has steamed up my rankings as the week's gone on because now you have no Amari Cooper, and also you have no Christian Gonzalez in this game as well. Now, Pato the Ghost. Running back, Chase Brown, Jalen Warren, auto starts. You just go ahead and jam them in. Jerome Ford would be the next best. I like the matchup for Ford, but with Jalen Warren, the Steelers are favored, and obviously the Browns are going to be forced to throw the ball a ton in the second half. Texas Senpai says, why is Pearsall not highly rated? What am I missing? This is a good question for y'all. Can somebody explain this to me? Because again, I had to move Ricky Pearsall down our rankings dramatically once Juwan Jennings came back and he was 100% good to go. And I am saying, trust me, I'm not following these blindly. I am taking the underdog pick'em to have Ricky Pearsall higher than 41.5 receiving yards. But what am I missing with Ricky Pearsall? Why is he projected so damn low? Is there somebody in the chat that's has some math explanation? Trick says, everybody on NFL Bets Twitter betting the over, so I don't know. Well, that kind of terrifies me. Typically, if we're following in line with what everybody else is doing, we're about to be lamb led to the slaughter. Lunar says, I think Ricky might be a Vegas miss, honestly, unless they're that high on the Seahawks defense. I know the Seahawks defense is supposed to be one of the best defenses in the league this year. But the implied team total for the Niners is 23 points. It's not like they're saying that this is going to be a garbage offense. They're not saying it's like the Tennessee Titans this week. Neil says, because his name isn't cool enough, Mason. Ricky Pearsall is one of the coolest. Sticky Ricky, that's one of the best names you got. I don't know. Here's how I'm taking it. I'm looking at the projections going, you know what? If I had Ricky Pearsall this week, I'm benching him. I'm going to see what the hell's going on. What am I missing? Now, I'll include him in my pick'em slip because, again, Underdog's giving out the boosted pick'ems this week. So I'm I kind of want to submit something. And I'll say he's going to have at least 42 receiving yards. But I would rather bench him if we could this week. Running back, goddamn, this is RJ Harvey versus Tank Bigsby and Travis Etienne. I'm going to go with Harvey this week. Yeah, it's tough with Dobbins being the projected starter, of course. But you have a massive spread on this game. The Broncos are supposed to score a ton of points. I think they should be able to run the ball in the second half. And then we're going to go with Dalton Kincaid over Loveland here at tight end with the game environment. And that's supposed to be the highest scoring game in the league this week. Now, Juzzle with our next one. This is going to be Keon Coleman versus Darnell Mooney, Luther Burden, Jaden. I'm going to go with Keon. Darnell Mooney's been banged up. I know Jaden Higgins, maybe you're excited about with no Christian Kirk. But in the case of Keon Coleman, you're in a really good spot where that's supposed to be the highest scoring game on the week. How long have we been live? This live stream is flying by. We've been live for an hour and a half already. Maybe it's just I'm slowly sipping on this caffeine and it's slowly building up in my body. But God, I'm feeling good. I woke that alarm went off this morning and I went, oh my gosh. Now, J-Chap with our next question. Here, the best option we have on the bench is Matthew Golden, and we're not playing Matthew Golden over Brees, Nico, or Igbuka. So you leave this lineup as is. I like Kincaid a lot more this week than I'll like him rest of season. But no, you're leaving this lineup as is. Great team. Big Web says, leaning Harvey at running back and Downs and Hunter at the flex. Based off what we've had coming out of Jacksonville, Shefty tells us that Travis Hunter is going to be playing pretty much every down at wide receiver, and he'll be a situational corner. So for week 1, I think Travis Hunter, and you can see this reflected on my rankings on the site, we updated them and we put Travis Hunter much higher than where we had him previously. Travis Hunter is a completely fine play. I think you go ahead and you put Travis Hunter in. And then I just looked at RJ Harvey versus Travis Etienne previously as well. And I think, yeah, based off the fact that the Broncos should be able to run the ball over and over again in the second half and projections for what I thought they would have, I thought they would have Dobbins well ahead of RJ Harvey with usage this week, but it's actually not the case. And instead, they have it split a lot closer to 50-50. Now, Brian says, week 1 flex, Metcalf, Tet, or DJ Moore. Oh, we're for sure going to go Tet. Again, I stand by, and I'll show this in the projections too. Tet, phenomenal player, phenomenal situation where you have no Coker, you have no Thielen. It's just him and freaking... You want to see something that's hilarious? And of course, I do not have the stones to do this. I do not have the stones to say that Tet's going to outscore Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I'll put Amon-Ra St. Brown below Tet in my rankings this week. Look at the underdog pick'ems for week 1. They have Amon-Ra St. Brown at 11.85 fantasy points. And they have T-Mac at 12.65, higher, lower. What this tells me, I'm not, of course, if you wanted to go higher St. Brown, you wanted to go lower Tet, you do you. And for what it's worth, I'm starting Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm not following these blindly, but I think that they are very valid projections that we can be using to hopefully make some better start-sit decisions. I know it's not Tet, blah, blah, blah. I don't care, to be honest. I'll call him T-Mac. He is a jam. If you have him, you start him. He is a phenomenal talent. His situation's perfect. And it is the best matchup you could ask for going up against the Jacksonville Jaguars. He projects to score more half PPR points than Amon-Ra St. Brown this week. Do not play him over Amon-Ra St. Brown. But if you look at where I have him in my rankings, I have him ahead of Adams. I have him ahead of Sutton. I have him ahead of DK Metcalf. I have him ahead of all those guys. So jam in T-Mac if you got him. This is the one rookie wide receiver where I do not need to wait to see it. So yeah, please play him. And obviously, if y'all wanted to go through and say, oh, Mason, this is crazy, I'm going to go with higher than on Amon-Ra St. Brown, lower than on Tet. And you can decide to get me the best engagement present you ever could, which is going through, taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog, where you can sign up with the link in the description, link in the live chat, use code FLOCK, and they're going to add $50 into your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, they're letting us come up with our own boosted pick'em packs, where we have this one for the Sunday night game, which is boosted from a 6x to an 8.5x if you use code FLOCK. And on top of that, if you got the season pass on the site, fill out the Google form, and they'll add another $10 into your account. So essentially, you deposit 10, play 5, and you'll have like 70 in your account if you use code FLOCK. And then you can go through and you can take advantage of those pick'ems. Jared says, update on CMC just came in, Mason. Let's move this over. NY Central says, first of all, he's sponsored. Second, he's won many tournaments. Yeah, he's going to have some cash in the account. Yeah, I've won $150,000 on Underdog. Let's not, and I'm also sponsored by Underdog and get paid by Underdog. Let's not be surprised that I have a bunch of money in my account. Okay, let me see if I can find the CMC news you're referring to. Nothing's on the Underdog Twitter. Let me check Ian Rappaport. Let me check Adam Shefty. Nothing from Rapp. Nothing from Shefty. The last stuff that we have from Shefty, Browns rookie running back Quinshon Judkins is scheduled to meet with the NFL this week about his investigation, but there's a real possibility and even likelihood, according to one source, that he'll make his NFL debut next Sunday at Baltimore. I am going to be 100% honest with y'all. I know it's only one weekend, but it is looking like I may just be, I may be winning another Underdog tournament. Between us buying the dip on Judkins in those tournaments and us making Quentin Johnson our most drafted player when he was going at like wide receiver 70 to 79, there's a good shot we take down another tournament. Kyler is getting added to the injury report due to an illness, but he'll have no game time. He's going to start against the Saints. But maybe you're a little bit less excited about Kyler, a little less excited about Marv. You obviously still start James Conner and Trey McBride regardless. Pete Carroll will set an NFL record today at 73 years old and 357 days old. Carroll will become the oldest head coach in NFL history, even if he hardly acts like it. It is incredible. Like, my grandma is about this age. Like, and of course I love my grandma. I'm not trying to say anything negative. But I wouldn't trust my at this point, I don't know if I can, and I know everybody's different at 73, right? I get it. My grandma's not doing the best. But mental capacity wise, and I take care of a lot of stuff for her. I'm her closest living relative, so I drive over and help her a ton. I wouldn't trust her to, I get nervous if she's going to drive to CVS to pick up a prescription. And Pete Carroll's about to be an NFL head coach. So, absolutely wild. And at the same time, he's 73 years old and he has a better hairline than I do. His hair legitimately, if you could tell me, Mason, you could turn all your hair white right this second and sign up for Pete Carroll's hair, I would do it. Especially if you told me I could have it when I was older. Incredible. Okay. Now, Spades FF with our next question. For the flex, I'm playing Travis Hunter. I'm playing Hunter over Diggs. I'm playing Hunter. Actually, no, you got JMO. I saw Diggs. I saw Harvey. I didn't really see JMO at first. But if you have JMO, I think we go JMO. They are in the same tier if you look at my updated rankings. It is close. I'm not updating my rankings for JMO based off the extension. I really don't care about that for his week 1 usage. It is a tough matchup for JMO, though. Hunter definitely has the better matchup between the two of them. Now, 8 crazy nights. Always happy to see you. Here, we got a deep starting lineup we got to fill out. Quarterback, I'm going to be going Drake May for sure with the rushing upside. I'll probably go Michael Penix over Darnold as well. I like the matchup better. Tight end, give me Loveland. He's ranked 1 spot over Pitts for me. And then for the other flex, you're going to go ahead. You're going to play Jerome Ford. Ford's going to be a one and done. Jerome Ford's a solid play this week in a great matchup where he'll have the job. But then if Judkins going to go next week, Ford may be cuttable, to be honest, after he crushes this one. Now, B. Henley here, quarterback, I'm assuming you did not play Justin Herbert. If we had a time machine and we could go back in it, we would tell you to play Justin Herbert, but I ranked Baker over him this week, given the matchups. And then obviously it's probably going to end up being wrong. We go Barkley, Achane as the auto starts. Wide receiver, JSN, London being the auto starts. Tight end, Kraft. You maybe have already started Devonta Smith. If you benched Smith, I think full PPR format will go Garrett Wilson here. But you may not have that option. Maybe you already played Smith. Now, Slum, we just gave free question 2 from being in the stream. And also keep in mind, every 100 likes we hit on the live stream, we are giving out free questions in the chat. So if you haven't already, go down there, hit that like button, and subscribe to the channel where we're going to be live streaming every day until Christmas. Slum, we got Pollard as kind of the auto start here with no Tajay Spears week 1. Just get the guaranteed volume. And then going over to the flex, I'm going to go with Igbuka over Trevion at this point, but it is relatively close. Both Trevion and Igbuka are probably your plays long-term. But I think you probably got to go Pollard of the rookies early with no Spears. Now, Brian here for the flex. Tet is an auto start. T-Mac is an auto start. Tetoria is an auto start. Doesn't matter what you call him. He is in your lineup. You play him over DJ Moore and you play him over DK Metcalf. Now, Merck says Kyler Murray or Trevor Lawrence with the Kyler illness. So in a vacuum, I think you could say that Lawrence is a slightly safer option now with the Kyler illness. But with that being said, it's going to be a little dependent on what you have to do to get Lawrence. If Lawrence is already on your roster, just play Lawrence. However, if you're telling me that you're going to have to make a drop to go and add Lawrence, and it's like a 10-team league, so the worst player on your team is Braylon Allen, and it's like, do I drop Braylon Allen to pick up Lawrence and to play him over Kyler? In that case, I think it's marginal enough where I would not be willing to drop anybody of significance to pick up Lawrence and play him over Kyler. However, if it was a deeper league where the guy that you're dropping is not that interesting, he's like Isaac Tesla, or if he's already on your roster, then I think you can play Lawrence. Now, Alexandre with our next one. Here, this is a flex where you just jam in Tracy at one of the spots. And then for the other, between Henderson, Pearsall, I'm going to go with Trevion. Getting the reports, Trevion's running with the ones. I still think Ramondre is going to get some usage. Still a little bit nervous for that. But I think you can play him. Now, M. Bruffy. Yeah, we got to go Nick Chubb here. I mean, I have Nick Chubb on my team. I'm benching him. I'm not that excited to tell you to play him, but this is a 14-team format, so running back's a little bit thinner. Okay, and we can move over. Let me refresh, see if we have any more quick questions. If not, we'll get back over to the team reviews. But drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. I have no idea how many likes we're at, but we'll go ahead and we'll give away some free questions real quick. I want to give away a bunch of free questions in this live stream. I mean, we're going to be streaming for another 3 hours, right? We got time to answer some free questions. Now, Starvin Marvin, here for the flex, we got DJ Moore, Jacoby Myers. You go DJ Moore. Not going to have to think about this much. Not that concerned with Luther Burden. Not that concerned with Loveland having a ton of volume week 1. But let's set Chappie FF up with some free questions here. Thank you so much, my friend, for hanging out with us in the stream. Really appreciate you and excited to send you over some free questions. Now let's move this over to our next one. Trading Tony Pollard, Mike Evans for Genty and George Pickens. League analyzers telling us that this is a dynasty league. And Chappie, I cannot find you on the site. I don't know if you use code FLOCK. I can only find you on my users page if you use code FLOCK. So let me actually get this going for Orange 11 instead. Can I find you? Do I know how to spell orange? Orange 11, I found you and I sent you over some free questions. But this is a dynasty league. Let me confirm that it is. Actually, it doesn't look like it. Super shallow starting lineup, so I think the league analyzer is possibly wrong here. If this was a dynasty league, it would be Ashton Genty and it wouldn't even be remotely close. If this is a redraft league, I still think it's Ashton Genty. Because long-term on the Pollard and Evans side, you are going to get Spears back eventually. You are also going to be able to get Godwin and McMillan back eventually. So I think you go Genty and Pickens here. Skitty coming through with our next question. And I actually got to record something for the Flock League real quick. This is funny. Some of y'all aren't going to know what the Flock League is, so this is going to look weird as hell, but you just got to deal with me. If you want to be in the Flock League video, drop a message and I'll show the chat real quick. So you can get your I was here in the chat. It's Sunday morning. I'm streaming this beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we got to restart. That was beautiful. That was tough. Sunday morning, I'm grateful for football. I'm sitting here streaming. First Sunday, got a lot of people out in the chat, some beautiful people with us. And over here on this other monitor, I decided to open up Twitter, see if we see any news that I need to report on the stream. And I see Zach coming through. Week 1 is not even over, and he is already dunking on Corey. I told him you could have left Corey alone in 2025, but what is this? Flexing that we haven't even seen these players play yet. We've only seen Pacheco. In that he traded Rome and Pacheco to Corey for Jamison Williams and Tony Pollard, where Corey came out overconfident as always, which is what's going to lose him this league, and called us raging casuals for not liking his side of the deal. And it looks like Zach is going to have a very tough team to take down this year. Because back-to-back seasons, he has robbed Corey in trades. So, Corey, I don't know how you didn't learn your lesson year 1. It's not looking good for you year 2, buddy. Okay, so sorry. We had to get that in. Now, let's move this over. Skitty with our next question. We got Matthew Golden in the starting lineup right now. We can't change anything. We leave this as is. If McCaffrey does miss, I would say Gina Reed's probably. Actually, I would go Keon Coleman as your pivot because Keon plays Sunday night. So obviously he can be our last minute option. Okay. Now, whole milk is king with our next start set. We are going to go through and probably play. I'm going to be boring. I'm going to pivot off of Rome. Rome is scaring me more a little bit here if we're looking at the projections, where we just have not seen Rome be a viable option at this point. And it's not like it's a phenomenal matchup. Ridley obviously has the horrible matchup, which is why early in the week, I believe I was telling people to go with Rome over Ridley. But really at least gives you a high floor with the target volume. The matchup's absolutely horrendous. The Titans project scored the fewest amount of points in the league this week, but I think we run with it. Now, our next question's Jimbotron. This is Garrett Wilson versus Justin Herbert and Jerry Jeudy. Quarterback, we have Lawrence and Purdy. So here's my thing. I'm going to go with Wilson. So I think Garrett Wilson this week specifically behind Jerry Jeudy in my rankings. Because this week, Garrett Wilson, brutal matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And this week, Jerry Jeudy, the best matchup you could ever ask for going up against the Cincinnati Bengals. But long-term here, the matchups will be better. Both offenses are going to be garbage. I think at this point of their respective careers, Wilson's the better receiver. It's not like Flacco's going to start all year. The last time he started more than 8 games was 2017. I was graduating high school. So I think I'm going to go with Wilson. And then the fundamental thing is I don't view Justin Herbert that big of an upgrade over like Brock Purdy. I don't think you like get Herbert and like, oh, cool, now I have a quarterback I can start every week. I think you're still playing the matchups at quarterback there. Now, JK says kind of iffy about CMC, but probably will start him. I think you got to plan on starting CMC, especially with this being your running back room, because I'm assuming we bench Jameson. And then wide receiver, Puka, Terry, T-Mac. And then I would still go Marv over Golden, even with the news of Kyler being sick. Obviously, it's shaky, but you have Brian Robinson. So even if CMC were to miss, you can very easily pivot over to Brian Robinson, no problem. Obviously, I wish I could get in a time machine and tell you to go start Javonte, but I have not built that time machine yet. Now, Big A, the Don. Here, we are going to go through. We're going to be playing Igbukah at wide receiver 2 over Pittman and Rome. And then for the flex, I don't think I can go with one of the running backs. We'll go ahead and we'll take Romadou and say Michael Pittman is in a sneaky good spot, though. Now, Noah Thomas says, hey, Kyler's sick, but he plays. So we're going to go Kyler or Purdy week 1. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather have week 1? Are you going to go Kyler or Purdy? So Kyler, if you don't know, got put on the injury report today that he's sick, but he's going to play. And it's not like we're just saying he's going to play. Like they already said, like, yeah, he's 100% playing. But just to let y'all know, he's sick. Let's see. We got in the chat, Purdy, Kyler, Purdy, Kyler, Purdy, Kyler, Purdy. Purdy, Kyler, Purdy, Kyler, Purdy. Kyler. It looks like it's split. Can I see if the spreads changed with this game or the implied team total of the game? Let's go week 1 implied team totals. Previously, the spread was like what? 5.5 points, 6.5 points. It's still 6.5, it looks like, from this website. You have the Cardinals still projected out as the 5th highest scoring offense in the league this week. You get the rushing upside. Let me look at let me just make sure that this is up to date before I tell you this. Because if sportsbooks are still projecting the Cardinals to be a top 5 scoring offense this week, I think you still have to go through. I think you still have to play Kyler Murray. Okay. From what I'm seeing, the line did not dramatically move with this Kyler sick report. And sports books know more than I do. So if they're going to keep this spread, and Kyler Murray, you give the rushing upside, you have the much better matchup. I would go Kyler, but it's not as easy to say as it would have been previously. But let me sign out, sign back in to make sure we can keep ripping these questions. And also, I want to remind you, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. Sunday morning is by far and away the most important morning for us all year, especially week 1. And on top of that, we got engaged yesterday. So I'm going to beg and plead, please, sir, hit the like. It's a special, special time for me. It would help me. And also, of course, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. I mean, we are going to live stream every single day until Christmas. Answered as many questions as we possibly can. Now, minor chips here for the flex. You play Jaylen Warren. I think I play him over Hunter. Projections right now are telling us that Jaylen Warren is by far and away going to be leading this backfield in opportunities. Ronnie, we got to get into flex. We have Caleb Johnson, Leggett. I know I may be crazy, but in this matchup with no Coker, with no Adam Thielen, I'm playing Leggett over Caleb Johnson. Full PPR format. Rest of season, I would way rather have Caleb, but I think Jalen Warren dominates the touches. Now, TDMJ, we need a flex between Flowers, Pearsall, Waddle. I'm going to be going in Rome, I guess. We're going to go with Flowers. I'm not that excited about Flowers long term, but specifically this week, that game has the highest over-under of any game, and the Ravens are actually dogs. So there is a chance that you end up seeing them have to throw the ball a decent amount. But Scald says, I'm thinking of starting Travis over Marvin. I would not. I think you play Marvin even with the Kyler injury stuff, even with the positive news that we've had with Travis. I'm not going to fault you at all, but if I was just answering this truthfully as like what I would do, I would still go Marv. Can I see what the Underdog Pick'em projections are for this? They have Marvin Harrison, higher, lower, 10.65 fantasy points, higher, lower, 60.5 yards. They have Travis Hunter, higher, lower, 9.45 fantasy points, higher, lower, 47.5 yards. But here, give me 1 second. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I will come back and to beg and plead for y'all to stay with me. We will answer free questions both on the site and in the live chat itself for a good 5 minutes when we get back. And we'll give, how about this? We'll give 5 people free questions for this live stream when we get back. So stay here, get ready to spam your usernames in the chat, and we're going to give a total of 10 free questions away and to 5 random people. All right, we are back. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for sticking with me. Drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we're going to pick 5 of y'all to give free questions to. Okay. And as we wait for y'all to do so, let's move to our next question. It's coming out from Adam. Starts it. For the flex, it's Brian Robinson, obviously, if you were to have no CMC. If CMC plays, it's probably going to be Juwan Jennings. So we'll get the clarity by the time we need to make the decision because they're in the same offense. But Jennings is the backup plan. Brian Robinson is the plan, again, if CMC were to miss. Now, Mugai Warlord Loki, or Warlock, I don't know exactly how to say this. Double flex format. We already started George Pickens. really the best option to get in the lineup from the bench could probably be Jawan Jennings. Am I starting Jennings over T. Higgins or Jacoby Myers? Probably not. So I think we leave this as is. And then, yeah, we're definitely not pivoting anything at running back. And tight end, I think Kraft is interesting with the Reed injury. But let me go through and see if I can find 5 of y'all from the chat to give some free questions to. We got R Red. Okay, let me search you for the first one. R Red. Bum, 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 bum. R Red, I just found you, and we just sent some questions over to you. I guess I can show you all this because it's going to take a little bit of time. Usually I do this on the other screen. There's start sit. There's a trade. Let's go to the Snucka as our second one. The Snucka. I cannot find you on my users page, my friend. I can only find y'all on the site if you use promo code FLOCK. Now, let's move over to our other option. Zez Marak. Found you and just sent some of those vouchers over to you. Let's go to Cats Take Over as our third name. Cats. I cannot find you on the site. I don't know if you're just putting your YouTube name. This is your flockfantasy.com username. I'm a flocker, a long time member of the flock. Again, I can't find you on the site. I don't know if I'm... No, that's definitely not there. Benevolence. Found you. Just sent you over some free questions as our third person. Let's find our fourth. We got James Caesar. Found you. Just sent you over as our fourth. You should have some free questions in your account. And obviously, y'all can ask these questions in this live stream, or you can ask them in another one, whenever you want. I'll be streaming every day. And then we got Phil. Always happy to see you. Let's send him over some as well. Phil. Found you and just sent you over, my guy. You know I always appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream. So we just sent out 5 different people free questions. And again, if you want to get some free questions yourself, just make sure you go down there, hit that like button, and subscribe to the channel. Now let's hit next question here, and let's see if we can refresh this and get somebody in. Okay. So Logan, with our next one, we got the flex decision between Garrett Wilson and Trevion. I think rest of season, you're probably going to be playing Trevion here a bunch, but week 1, where Garrett Wilson should pretty safely have a 30% team target share, even if he's in an absolute garbage passing offense, I still probably want to go ahead. I still probably want to take Garrett Wilson. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go in that direction. Now, our next question from C. Peterson says, I asked you earlier this week, but I think your rankings changed with Henderson. So Henderson's definitely moved up a bit. So Egbuka's moved up as well. What are the updated projections for these guys? William, if you're having any issues with your vouchers, it most likely is because you did not put in promo code FLOCK when you signed up for the season pass. And if you are 100% convinced you did, I would send a message in the site issue section of the Discord. But Trevion Henderson currently higher lower 10.25 fantasy points in a half PPR formats. Egbuka currently higher lower 11.15 fantasy points in a half PPR league. Honestly, if this is a full PPR format, you probably just got to take Egbuka. So it's tough. You can go back and forth. We are going to get so much more clarity with these players, especially these rookies, when we go into week 2. We're obviously week 1 with a lot of these rookies. I'm not going to say we're just straight up guessing, but we're pretty damn close to just straight up guessing. Now, K-Free coming through with our next one. I'm going to take Jaylen Warren. Projections are telling us that Jaylen Warren is just going to dominate the touches in the Steelers' backfield early, and that they are favored in this game over the Jets, so they should be able to run the ball a considerable amount. Now, Jacob Marr is trading Daniels, Juwan Jennings here for Drake May and Tet. Give me Daniels over Tet, Jennings versus May. May's kind of like the equivalent of a streaming quarterback. I'm going to go with the Daniels and Jennings side, even if Tet looks like an auto lock. Now, Mitchie here for the flex. I wish I had a time machine to tell you to play Javonte, but sadly I don't. I would still probably go Rome over Matthew Golden week 1, but it is relatively close, and I could very easily see a world in which we're telling you to go Matthew Golden week 2 into the future. Now, Hellboy Jordan, happy to see us, says normally go running back in the flex in a non-PPR, but probably not here, and Kyler is also sick. I'm still going to go Kyler over Caleb. For the wide receiver spot, I'm going to go Sutton over Metcalf given the matchups. And you're right, non-PPR 99% of the time, I think I want to be going with the running back in the flex spot over the wide receiver. But I don't think I can tell you to play Braylon Allen or Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt over DK Metcalf week 1. So we will go with Metcalf. Okay, and let me move over to the roster reviews. And as I do that, I want to remind y'all that we are due on Underdog Fantasy for a win. Here are the 2 different pick'em slips that I'm going with right now. This is a Flock Fantasy Boosted Pick'em Pack available to everybody if you use code FLOCK for tonight's game. This is normally a 6X, but right now it is instead an 8.5X because Underdog agreed to boost it for us. The second thing is everybody should have the Underdog boosted pick'em tokens in their lobby as well because Underdog's doing a bunch of promos. I had a 40% profit boost token in my lobby right now. So what I decided to do is I went with higher than Ricky Pearsall, 41.5 receiving yards. Deebo Samuel to not. Oh my gosh, Underdog just gave us $1,000 max, 75% profit boost token. Okay, but anyway, we're also going with Pollard for fewer than 82.5 total yards. And that's $50 to win 311. So that's a 6X. I would not be interested in that second pick'em unless you could get it at least as a 6X. But if you wanted to tail us on either one of those, we are due because our last 2 that we have showed y'all on YouTube, I have gotten absolutely wrecked with. It's been horrendous. And on top of that, we are due because we just got engaged yesterday. So pretty big day. We got some magic on us. We got that little magic touch. So if you wanted to tail us, the link to join Underdog Fantasy is in the description. It's in the live chats. If you use code FLOCK, you're going to get $50 added to your account. Plus, on top of that, you'll be able to get those special Flock boosted pick'ems. And you're going to get the $50 after you play your first 5. So deposit 10, play 5, and then you'll have $55 extra in your account to play with. And that would be the number one gift you could give me for the engagement is using code FLOCK on Underdog with the link in the description or live chat. Is there anything else to discuss here? Other than Underdog did just hook us up with, look at this. I don't know if this is in everybody's lobby, but we just got a 75% profit boost token that we can put up to $1,000 on. God, that is enticing. That is enticing, to say the least. We may need to look at some of those. I've already talked enough about Underdog right now, though, so we'll move on. Mr. Mouse says, please get married in Vegas. My parents actually got married in Vegas, funny enough. So I don't think I will, but parents did. Okay. Rob says, I only have the 100% boost rip. For whatever reason, I didn't get the 100% profit boost token. Z Leon here with our next question. Says, congrats on the engagement. My wedding is in 2 weeks. Congrats, my friend. Loving the flock. Judy week 1 and sit DJ Moore. I wouldn't have said this early in the week, but based off how good the matchup is now at this point, I think that we probably are going to go ahead and we probably are going to take Jerry Judy over DJ Moore. The matchup is great going up against the worst defense in the league. You have Flacco for the time being, so obviously there should be a decent amount of passing volume there. So for this week and probably this week alone, I will play Jerry Judy over DJ Moore myself. And also, maybe I'm very biased here because I am playing Jerry Judy in my own league and I'm going up against DJ Moore. Sal has DJ Moore, I have Jerry Judy, so I'm hoping Judy smashes him. Now, DK says, Rome, Keon, Jaden Higgins, or Tracy in the flex today in the long term. Who would you drop? Congrats. Thank you so much, my friend. And if we're looking at who we are going to drop on this team, Jaden Higgins would probably be the drop, depending on what happens today. Obviously, I don't want to drop Jaden Higgins, but you have a great squad. Quarterback, I'm assuming we already played, Jalen Hurts. Running back, Chase Brown, Jonathan Taylor, auto starts. Wide receiver, London, auto start. We'll go Waddle and DJ Moore here as well. Tight end, Andrews. So you are essentially saying Rome, Keon, Jaden Higgins, or Tracy in the flex. I don't see Tracy as an option for us here. I would go Tracy out of these options, but if this is like a different one, we'd go Aaron Jones with what's laid out here. But again, I'd go Tracy over Aaron Jones if you do have Tracy and just for whatever reason it's not loading in for us. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is Zez Marak. Here for the flex, we have Jalen Warren down on the bench. I think Jalen Warren would be an intriguing play over Travis Hunter. Again, if you go through and if you look at the projections for Jalen Warren here, they have him higher, lower, 75.5 total yards. Actually, it looks like they moved the projections down with Jalen Warren. When we made that video yesterday and we pointed all these out, actually, no, Jalen Warren was still at 75.5. But if this was like a half PPR or non-PPR format, I think you can go Warren. But the issue with Warren is I don't know what the touchdown upside is just because there are going to be so few points scored in that game. Long story short, projections say to go with Jalen Warren. For me, I think I would start DeAndre Swift. Sounds like you're not going to have Roshan. Kyle Monungai will play, but Swift, 3-down back, receiving usage, better offense, better game environment. I think we go Swift. We're going to ignore the projections. Raul Duke, happy to see us. Says game day, PPR double flex. Igbuka's 1-2, but UDF line is almost exactly the same for Rome and Jennings. Congrats. Thank you, my friend. I would for sure go with Igbuka over Rome and Jennings. And then for the other wide receiver spot, obviously, I wish I had a time machine for us to put in Keenan Allen, but I think we're probably going to go ahead and we are probably going to be taking Rome Dunze. Like Jawan Jennings, I know the projections look decent, but I am a little bit scared off considering the fact that you are looking at a wide receiver that effectively missed all of camp. So I'm fine with just going through and playing Rome. Now, Piercy says, congrats on the engagement. Are we going to go Rome or Travis, and are we going to keep Garindo? Depends on the options that you have on the waiver wire. But again, while they're telling us CMC is good to go, I think that we could probably afford to I'm going to hold on to Garindo until we actually see McCaffrey out there. Maybe I'm just overreacting because of what happened last year, but I'm going to hold on to Garindo until we see McCaffrey. And then in terms of who we're putting in the flex, I'll go Travis Hunter over Rome Odunze, based on the reports from Shefty. Now, Jesse coming through For the flex, we currently have Zay Flowers, and yeah, I don't think we change anything here. The best option on our bench would be like Nick Chubb, and there's no way we do anything. So with our next question, Oxmac, we have Daniel Jones, McCarthy. Daniel Jones, super good matchup, sneaky rushing upside as well. So I do think he's a viable streamer, but I would probably still go Darnold. And then here for the flex, I'm going to go Jaylen Warren. Again, it was maybe a little lower on Jaylen Warren early in the week, but now that we see that they're coming through and just telling us, yeah, Jaylen Warren's going to be getting everything week 1. Caleb Johnson's really not going to be a thing until later in the year. Now, Joni Washery, or Joni was here. I'm an idiot. God, I'm so stupid. Starts at Debo, Ridley, or Jaylen Warren at the flex. Full PPR, you may go Debo. Which, again, I was much lower on Debo early in the week. But the Commanders are supposed to score a ton of points. Terry missed so much at camp. And at the same time, they move on for Brian Robinson. So the running back room is kind of dead. So I think we go through, and I think we actually play Debo there. Jurassic Parker. Judkins isn't going to play. So this is Caleb versus Trey Benson. I'll go Caleb Johnson over Trey Benson even if we don't want to. And then for the flex, I'm going to go Garrett Wilson over Roman Downs. Should be the lowest scoring game in the NFL this week, but also at the same time, you get a 30% team target share from a talented player. Now let's refresh. See, okay, so we actually all caught up on our start sit questions, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to get back over and answer some of the team reviews. We don't have that many as well. So there's a chance I can, you know what I'm going to do? I will turn team reviews on right now, where if you were waiting to get one on the site, you can buy one. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. The team review may not be done until tomorrow. We have 5 that we still need to do on this stream. And I'd imagine as we get closer to kickoff, we're going to be giving away a lot of the free start sit questions to people in the chat. And also, we are probably going to focus in on the start sit questions as we get closer to kickoff. So if you bought a team review, if you buy a team review right now, it may be done in tomorrow's live stream, which again, the site will send you the review as soon as I'm done with it. So even if you're not in tomorrow's stream, you'll still see me answering it. But I just turned on the team reviews on the site. If anybody was waiting to get one, there they are. Maybe we get to it today. Maybe it's tomorrow, because we still got to get through these. Now, Exceeding MLG says, feel like things kind of fell off after a middle run of 8 running backs from the league mates that put me in a panic for running back past Bucky and Brown. Appreciate all you do. Appreciate you, my friend. And I will say, just initial glance of this, the team's probably going to be good. First, let me send you over some free questions. And if we are looking at what we have with the league settings, it's a league where you can start 4 wide receivers. So as I pull this up, God, your team's great. Like, what the hell are we talking about? You can start 4 wide receivers here weekly. The wide receiver depth is going to be very important. Quarterback, we have Goff. So effectively, we can just say that we're streaming the matchups. Like, you have Goff, you have Caleb, you have Fields, you have McCarthy, you have a bunch of quarterbacks off the waiver wire. Realistically, unless you love Jared Goff, Lawrence projects better this week given the matchups. Goff, horrible spot going up against the Packers. Lawrence, phenomenal spot going up against the Panthers. Lawrence does have a little more rushing upside. Neither guy has a ton. But I think we would go through, and I think that we would probably play Lawrence over Goff this week. And because like you have Caleb, Fields, McCarthy, you have a bunch of guys on waivers, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for you to cut Goff and pick up Lawrence. It's a 10-team league. I think you can effectively stream. Now, moving over to running back, we have Chase Brown, Bucky Irving as the 2 locked and loaded hammers. And this gives you a lot of flexibility where there's no pressure on the running backs on your bench. You can just shoot for the stars. You can shoot for the highest ceiling possible. We have B-Rob, Braylon, Trey Benson as running backs that if an injury were to occur in their backfield, they could become league winners. Just jams every single week at the flex. And then we obviously have Joe Mixon that if he does come back later in the season, cool. If not, no harm, no foul. Then going over to receiver, we have Jamar Chase, Terry, Pickens, J-Mo, Chris Olave. So plenty of wide receiver depth here to be able to play the matchups. Tight end, we have the elite tight end with Kittle. You have a great team. There's a reason why the league analyzer has us so high. Here there are like 3 teams that stand out from the rest, and we are in the middle of them. If we were looking at what we could potentially do, it's like the most boring thing in the world. I think Terry McLaurin for an elite quarterback, if you could make the swap, would be potentially interesting. Like if you could go Terry McLaurin and Goff and go get Daniels, go get Jalen Hurts, if somehow, some way you can pull that trade off, you will have enough depth to get by in the short term. You can start Chase, Pickens, J-Mo, Chris Olave. Obviously, it's not as good as if you were to have Terry McLaurin, but hell, your quarterback position is going to be a hell of a lot better. And at the same time, you'd be able to have Jordan Addison, who would improve as time goes on as well. Where we get Addison back in week 4, so all of a sudden we have that wide receiver depth. So the only thing, I think you have a great team. I wish I had a bunch of crap I could tell you here, but honestly, I think you're going to be sitting on your hands unless you can get an elite quarterback at a reasonable price point by selling Terry McLaurin and Goff for one of the top 4. But it's much, much easier said than done. And the reality of the situation is I think you did a great job in your draft. I think you're chilling as is. But I wish I could help you out more. I did send you over some of those free questions, though. So, again, if you have anything that you want me to take a look at, I'd be super happy. Check it out for you. Now, let's pull this up for Mr. Anonymous. Happy to see you, my guy. Says, with the recent Judkins news, I'm trying to figure out what to do with Ford and Judkins and if I should hold on to them or try to pivot now. What would be a beneficial and realistic trade with them? So this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We are Film Actors Guild. I'm going to be completely honest with you, my guy. You cannot sell Ford and Judkins for anything. Not because I think that they are going to be the best values or like you absolutely need them. They're too good to pass up on. Almost quite the exact opposite. Nobody's going to trade for Jerome Ford. Nobody's going to trade for Quinshon Judkins, especially not in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Clearly, we have plenty of running back production. We have Taylor, we have Hubbard, we have Javonte, and then we have the Cleveland backs. So if you were like, man, I got so much running back, I don't need the Browns production, I can sell them and I can go get somewhere else where, and you yourself are excited about Quinshon Judkins long term, or you're excited about Ford in the short term, and you think that they could be viable fantasy pieces, then if that is your belief, you're the guy who needs them. You're the guy who wants them. And if that is your belief, that would make Chuba Hubbard expendable. And Chuba Hubbard is a player that you could trade and get value for. Chuba Hubbard is somebody that people would pay you for. And the trade like that would be Chuba and Baker. And is there a way that we can get to a top 4 quarterback? Could you go Chuba and Baker for Daniels? Chuba and Baker for Hurts? A 6-point passing touchdown format, not interested, you keep Baker. But 4-point passing touchdown league, the rushing upside obviously matters a lot more. Chuba, Baker for Lamar, Chuba, Baker for Allen. If you were to be able to make one of those swaps, I think it would make a lot of sense. And then if you truly believe that like Jerome Ford's going to be viable with Quinshon Judkins for us as our running back depth pieces, then sure, let's run with it. Looking at what we have at receiver, it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So the depth doesn't matter here at all. And we are sitting with Lamb, Evans, Devonta Smith. Tight end, we have Brock Bowers, so we have the elite name. So the only thing that I could possibly tell you with this team is, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for us to trade the running back / wide receiver production and go get an elite quarterback. And if you're confident with the Cleveland guys, you're better off trying to sell Chuba because you can actually get a price tag for Chuba to get to an elite quarterback where you're not going to be able to sell the Browns guys for that. And then also like the depth wide receivers here in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, they're expendable pieces as well. You could go through and you can move on from Jordan Addison and it's not going to be the end of the world for us. But I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Overall, you have a great team. I think we're inside the top 2 of the league analyzer for a reason. Now, let me move over, see if we have any start-sit questions that we can get to. And we are just going to, like every 5 minutes from now on, I'm going to give start-sit questions to people in the chat. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we'll get you sent over some free start-sit questions. Like every 5 minutes, I'm going to be picking a couple people to give free start-sit questions to. We're about to go nuts with them. So Anshul with our next question. We're going to go Baker Mayfield at quarterback over May. Running back, plan on going with CMC. We have Brian Robinson if he doesn't play as the pivot. Wide receiver, Nico Higgins are the auto starts. And then for the flex, it's going to be up to you between Jalen Warren, DK Metcalf. Because we got the flop from Isaiah Pacheco, I think you need to chase the highest ceiling possible. And with that, I think you get a bigger play potential with Metcalf than you do get with Warren. So the context of your team, if we're chasing upside, I'd probably go Metcalf. Now, let me pull up our users page on the site and pick a couple of y'all to give some free start set questions to. We got Here for Fantasy as a winner. Here for Fantasy, I can only find you on the site if you use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. So I'm sorry, I was not able to get you. Cam Peterson, I think we just looked at something for you. You know I appreciate you, my guy. Let me go through and just found you and just sent you over a free start sit question. So please feel free to get that in whenever you want. James Clark, it will be our next one. Let me see if I can find you. I cannot find you, my friend. Again, I can only find y'all if y'all use code FLOCK on flockfantasy.com. Let's go Fippy. This is a funny name. Fippy, just found you and just sent you over that free start set voucher. So if you have any questions, be happy to check it out for you. Now, let's move this over to our next one. Why will this not come off the screen? Why is Fippy's name stuck on the screen here? Am I going to have to delete this and try to make it again? It's so damn hard to make this little chat thing. I'm an idiot when it comes to computers. Here's what we're going to do. Oh, it's gone. Thank God. Okay, perfect. We are lagging out. Now, our next question coming out from Tam31 says, thanks, Mason. Thank you, my guy. I really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream. Here for the flex, if we were to get somebody in, it would be Marv. Not playing Harvey. I think you leave running back as is. Jerome Ford's completely fine play over what we have with the options down on the bench. If we're looking at what we could do realistically, with the bench options, it would just be getting Marvin for Cortland Sutton. And realistically, especially with the Kyler news today, I think you just go ahead and you play Sutton over Marv. So we're going to leave this as is. And it looks like a really strong team with Allen. Now, Dwight Fry, here quarterback, we're going to have Josh Allen. Running back, we're going to have Kamara and Chase Brown. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Tet and Jamar Chase. Tight end, we're going to go with George Kittle. Flex, I think we're going to take the combo Jerome Ford in a phenomenal matchup and Jacoby Myers now that you have no Christian Gonzalez and no Amari Cooper. Now, in Droopy with our next question. Wide receiver, Sutton's going to be the easy play. For the flex, I'm going to go with Trevion over Myers, even if Myers looks more interesting than he did early in the week. Trevion looks very interesting here as well, considering the usage that he's getting with the first team in walkthroughs. Now let's go over to our next one. This is coming out from Brandon. It says, I got sent this trade to me. A little nervous. I have Worthy already. Any advice on that? Do not do this. Devonta Smith, Garrett Wilson. I'd rather have Wilson, but it's not that far off. McCaffrey versus Trevion and Javonte Williams. If you were to make this trade because you got the Worthy injury, you would be like, in my opinion, and maybe this is a bad analogy, the Worthy injury is like, crap, my toe just fell off. My toe just fell off. This sucks. Let me go ahead and just in case the rest of my toes will fall off, let me amputate my leg. It's like, don't just hurt your team dramatically because we had something go wrong and now all of a sudden we're worried about McCaffrey as well. So I definitely prefer CMC and Devonta Smith here over Henderson, Javonte, and Garrett Wilson. Let me refresh this. See if we had any more start-sit questions coming in. We got this one for multiple scoregasms. On the bench, we currently have Garrett Wilson. So I've updated my week. I'm going to keep on updating my weekly rankings, rest of season rankings every single day on flockfantasy.com, right? Pulling this up, I have moved up Egbuka inside the same tier that we have with Garrett Wilson. Y'all cannot see this on the site, but y'all should be able to soon. See the tier list view of the rankings. But right now we have Garrett Wilson here in D tier alongside Egbuka. For me, with this being Egbuka's first ever game, I would still be boring. I am always the boring guy in this case and saying like, hey, with the rookies, while I'm super excited about them, while they have a ton of upside, while I think that we can hopefully see Egbuka absolutely crush week one, I am hoping he crushes week one and then we see him rest of season. Dwight says, my league doesn't do trades. Can you change to a start sets? Yes, sir. Let me go through and let me set you up with a couple free start set questions if that's what you're asking. We just sent you over a couple free start set questions if that helps. I'm sorry. If that's what you were looking for. Now, Zara says, what would you think? What would you start on this squad? I'm going to go Trevion over, Jalen Warren versus Trevion is going to be very tough. Rest of season, obviously, it is going to be Trevion Henderson and not even remotely close. I have them both as tier C options in our weekly rankings at the moment. I think you get a higher floor with Warren, you get a higher ceiling with Trevion. I go with probably Waddle and Warren here in the flexes. If you wanted to take the ceiling, you go Travis Hunter. It's tough to do this. I would love to actually try to take one of these pieces and go move and get a better tight end because I think we can afford it. And your start sit calls are going to be tough all year. Obviously, we assume that the young, exciting guys get better as time goes on, though. Now, King was taken with the start set. Here for the flex, we got like Sutton, Egbuka, Travis Hunter again. I'm going to be the boring guy here. And I'm going to take Cortland Sutton. And is this true? Jared says, Bill to the moon, Chris Rodriguez, a healthy scratch. If this is true, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt may be exciting all of a sudden. Let me see if this is true. Where are you seeing this? Yeah, I don't see this anywhere. So, I mean, maybe you're just hoping that it happens. Now, start sit for our next question is going to be coming out from Louis. Here, running back. we will go ahead and we'll take Travis Etienne. It's supposed to be co-starters with Tank Bigsby, but in a full PBR format, I'm more confident with Etienne having the receiving usage. Jared says Chris Rodriguez's dad tweeted it. Are we sure it's Chris Rodriguez's dad? Phil, I'm sorry. If you have any issues with the site, I can't help you here. I think you're going to have to do so in the site issue section of flockfantasy.com. Actually, yeah, I just found it. I searched it on Twitter. Josh says, anyway. Commanders running back Chris Rodriguez seems to be inactive today, according to his dad. Honestly, a big surprise to me. Washington goes with McNichols' special teams and pass pro over Chris Rodriguez's rushing ability. This is great for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Honestly, this makes me want to... It's great for Eckler, too. This makes me want to move those Washington backs in our rankings. Chris Rodriguez all of a sudden has to get nuked. And Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt will move up our rankings this week. Now, I would rather start Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt over Dylan Sampson. And I would rather start Austin Eckler over Montgomery. Again, I think Jeremy McNichols is going to get involved here. So I'm not going to make them must-start players by any means. This is still like one of those running back by committee situations that I want to see what the breakdown is before I get them in. But where we were previously looking at Montgomery over Eckler, I think we go Eckler now instead. And if you were desperate enough at RB2, I think you go Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt over Dylan Sampson. But in what I'm going to do in the rest of season rankings is I'm going to also move up those specific Washington backs and move them down. Like if you have Chris Rodriguez, you drop Chris Rodriguez after this. Like Chris Rodriguez was RB 60 in my rest of season rankings. I would now rather have Woody Marks, Miles Sanders, Rico Dowdle, DJ Giddens, Keaton Mitchell, Damian Pierce, Blake Corum, Kendrick Miller. I'd rather have Jarquez Hunter over both these guys. So yeah, Chris Rodriguez drops down to RB 69 in my rest of season ranks. Probably going to be somebody that you drop. Austin Eckler at this point, I'd rather have over Trey Benson, Braylon Allen. And these are rest of season ranks. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, spam the chat. Would you rather have Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt or Quinshon Judkins? Rest of season. Like if you had Quinshon Judkins and I offered you Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt right now, who are you taking? Okay. JCM. Judkins, JCM, Judkins, JCM, Judkins, JCM, JCM. So it looks like the chat's maybe more so on JCM over Judkins. For me, I think Judkins is a much better player. So JCM's in a much better offense. It's close. I don't think I'm going to flip my rankings there. I think we'll leave them as is, but let me submit those. Okay. And then we're here for Louis. We needed the 2 flex spots. And I think we're going to go Travis Hunter easily in one of them. And in the other, we may end up having to take Tank Bigsby. Not super excited about getting in Bigsby, but this is a Dynasty Start 11 format, right? So Bigsby's a completely fine last player to have in your lineup in this format. Okay, now Big Joe FF says, don't know who to pick for my last 2 flexes. My friend, I'm sorry. For whatever reason, this didn't load in. So I'm going to send you over a free start sit question. If you don't mind submitting that again for us, I'd be happy to take a look at it for you. Mark that as complete. Let me refresh and see if we have any more simple questions coming in. And if you have not done so already, please go down there and drop a like on this live stream. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us, and it's not even close, especially week 1, especially the day after we got engaged. So if there's ever going to be a time you hit that like button, I would kindly ask for you to do it now. Also, if somehow you're not already subscribed to the channel, I would highly recommend subscribing. We are going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas, answering fantasy football questions. And after we answer a few more of these, we'll go through and we'll pick a bunch of people from the live chat and give some free starts at questions too real quick. The Notorious One says, I have Chuba. Should I trade or hold? And if so, for who? Running back Judkin's going to be coming on viable. I would trade Tracy before I trade Chuba here for you. Because you don't need Tracy, and I think Tracy's going to get worse as time goes on, considering the fact that you're going to get the Cam Scatterby role expanding. So for you, with your current roster setup, I think you could afford a 2-for-1 upgrade at wide receiver. So I would try to trade Tracy and a receiver to get a better one. Now, Louis, with our next question, we're going to go Kenneth Walker here at RB2. And then for the flex, I'm going to go Trevion over Travis Hunter, but it's a lot closer now that Shefty's telling us that Travis Hunter is going to be playing pretty much every offensive snap. Big Dog Status says C-Rod's locker is empty too. Where did you find that? Let me look up this. Yeah, I guess there's this little clip. Corey Cross, Camara, Jeremy McNichols, and then they have no. So are they sending Chris Rodriguez somewhere? Who would be buying Chris Rodriguez? But Jay Sermino. Here, running back Trevion over RJRV, Dylan Sampson for me easily. Wide receiver, Tet and Marv. Tight end, we're going to go with Ingram over Pitts. I'm going to go with Garrett Wilson in the flex, but if you wanted to go Ibuka, I'm not going to fault you at all. People saying the Niners, yeah, they just call back up the Niners, go like, hey, yeah, not only do we want Brian Robinson, we need the Chris Rodriguez too. The Victorious One says, hey, brother, congrats, by the way. Who should I start? Really appreciate you hanging out with us, my guy. I know you've been with us forever. I'm looking at the best option on the bench right now. It's probably, what? Cooper Kupp for us. So realistically, I think you leave this lineup as is. I don't think we make any changes here whatsoever. But dear God, we just got so many people submitting questions on the site for whatever reason that I may need to turn off roster reviews real quick. But I'm going to go look to maybe turn back off roster reviews. As I do that, I'll stall and ask y'all to drop your flockfantasy.com usernames in the chat right now, and we'll pick a few more of y'all to give some free questions to. And let me see how many of these questions we just got emailed are team reviews. Yeah, a decent amount. I don't think we need to turn them off yet. We'll turn them off soon, though. We got Talkative Assist. We'll send you over a free trade question, and we'll send somebody else too. Let me see if I can find you on the site. Talkative Assist. I cannot find you on the site, my friend. I can only see you on the site if you used promo code FLOCK. Let's see. Justin Wins. I did find you, and we just sent you over a free trade question, my friend. If you have anything, free start sit. If you have anything that you want us to follow up with, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. And let's go ahead. We got Iceberg, won a bag as well. Always with us in the stream. You know, I appreciate you hanging out. Iceberg. If I can spell. Iceberg, won a bag. Just got you and just sent you over that free start sit as well. So super happy to answer those free questions for y'all either in this one or if y'all want to save it for another stream, up to you. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is coming out from Mighty Planet. Here we need a flex, and we're going to go ahead full PPR format. I will take Garrett Wilson over Dobbins. Now, Hugh below, running back, give me James Cook over Pacheco. Congrats on you if you bench Pacheco. And then for the flex, I'm going to go Waddle over Travis Hunter this 1 week, but honestly, that may be the only week we're going to do so, depending on how Hunter plays. Now, G Console, this is Hampton and Amon-Ra St. Brown versus Josh Allen, Chase Brown, Matthew Golden. St. Brown to Chase Brown downgrade, Hampton to Josh Allen upgrade. You're picking up Matthew Golden to get it done. I think pure value-wise, I'm going to go with the Amari and Hampton side. the way that you could talk me into Josh Allen is you going, Mason, you know what, man? I know my league mates. I know I'm going to be able to crush these guys at running back and wide receiver anyway. I know I'm going to be able to build a juggernaut squad, and I'm fine just overpaying for the elite quarterback. And if that is the case, go for it. But I think the value side is Hampton and St. Brown. Now, Felipe, this is RJ Harvey, Brian Robinson, Bigsby, and Dylan Sampson. For me, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take RJ Harvey if McCaffrey plays, which looks like it will be the case. If McCaffrey were to miss, then we can pivot. X-Skull Razor, we're going to go Juwan Jennings. Actually, I'm going to go Shakir. Both players missed time at camp, but I just think that Shakir's in general the best option. He's supposed to be in the high-scoring game this week. Now, let's move this over. James says, hey, Mason, can you do your favorite underdog picks again? I was having trouble getting logged in early. Yes, sir. So everybody should have access to this. This is the Flock Fantasy Pick'em pack that we have for tonight that I sent over to them that we wanted. They boosted this for us where it was normally a 6X, and now it is an 8.5X. This is Derrick Henry to have fewer than 4.5 yards for his longest reception. Seems like a super low bar, but realistically, look at Derrick Henry last year, never hitting this. We're having James Cook going over or going higher than 68.5 total yards. We have Josh Allen going higher than 229.5 passing yards, and that is boosted from a 6X to an 8.5X. And then going over and looking at what I also came up with, because Underdog gave us a 40% profit boost token, we have Pearsall higher than 41.5 receiving yards, Debo to not score a touchdown, Pollard fewer than 82.5, and that is about a 6X that we came up with. So I'll send the link to Underdog in the live chat in the description if anybody wants to tail us. Again, I would say that we are due because the last two Underdog pick'ems that we promoted got absolutely wrecked. And we are also due because we got engaged yesterday. So it's a pretty big weekend for us. So, and also, of course, if you ever wanted to get us an engagement gift, I would say using code FLOCK on Underdog with the link in the live chat or the link in the description would be the number one way that you could do that. And also when you use promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting a $50 bonus added to your account after you play your first 5. So the links in the description and the links in the live chats. So let's move this over to Dilla. It says here for the flex, I'm going to be going with, it's really just between Olave and Rome. I think Olave gives you a higher floor. Rome gives you a higher ceiling. They're in the same tier in my weekly rankings this week. Let me go ahead and pull this up to see exactly where they're at. I have them ranked back to back. I have Olave right here and Rome right here in tier E. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather start this week? Would you rather have Olave or Rome? Olave or Rome. And we have Downs like just 2 spots below them. So I think you're very close. Let's see. We got Olave, Olave, Rome, Rome, Olave. Rome, 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 Olave, Rome, Rome, Rome. Rome, Olave, Olave, Rome, Rome, Olave. So it does look like it's split, and it is going to be up to you here. I would definitely probably go with them over Downs. Seems like people like Rome for the upside, Olave for the floor with just the target volume. Call Soliner, always happy to have you. Says, this is my second this week. Do we change Ricky now? I am very sorry. I think I was too high on Ricky previously. I think I would play either Downs or Matthew Golden over Ricky at this point. I probably go Golden over him. And again, I am scared off with Underdog having his projection at higher, lower 41.5 total yards. And also you have Juwan Jennings good to go now, which we did not know for sure at the beginning of the week. Now let's move this over to our next one. Frank here for the flex. We're looking at Ridley as probably the best option. I don't love the matchup that we have going up against a really good Denver Broncos defense, but I would play him over Josh Downs with Downs coming off the hamstring. Naki, we're going to go Bucky and Bijan as the auto starts. Wide receiver, you're going to play T. Higgins as an auto start. And then for the flex, I think it's easy to tell you to go with Cortland Sutton. Mickey G here for the flex spot. We're looking at Jalen Warren or Ricky Pearsall. If you would have asked me this early in the week, maybe I would have gone back and forth. Maybe I would have eventually told you Ricky Pearsall, but as of today, it looks like this is not close. It looks like this is an easy call, and it looks like you just go ahead and you just jam in Jaylen Warren. Going to lead his backfield, and at the same time, you have the Steelers favored in this game. Now, Skull Razor with our next question. Here, the best player to get in the lineup would be Khalil Shakir, and for me, I probably would play Shakir over Juwan Jennings. Again, it looks like this should be the highest scoring game of the week, and Shakir is removed from the ankle. But people are saying Shefty is on ESPN right now saying McCaffrey's going to play. Okay, good to know. Let me see if I can find this on Twitter yet. Yeah, Shefty tweets out, running back Christian McCaffrey was added to the injury report Thursday with a calf injury. Will play today versus the Seahawks. Quote unquote, he's good to go with one source. All right, I got to make a Flock League video real quick. So if y'all wanted to get in the Flock League video in the chat, just type I was here in the chat because we got to make something real quick. Well, it looks like Sal is the luckiest man alive, where he should have been punished. He should have had the auto loss for drafting CMC over Saquon Barkley. The chat's telling us here that McCaffrey is good to go. We pull it up, and yep, Shefty says it as well. So, Sal, you may be lucky enough to put up a little fight this fine Sunday, but not lucky enough to win this game. All right. We got that. Good to go. Hopefully that recorded. But so if you have McCaffrey, you play McCaffrey. Maybe you lower your expectations just slightly. But if you have him, you play him. Now, Arnold Johnson, longtime member of the flock, always out here. The best option for the flex here is not great. Christian Kirk missing is going to put you in a very tough spot. It's a full PPR format. Maybe I'm an idiot to do this. Full PPR, I think I would rather play Hunter Renfrow than Braylon Allen or Trey Benson. I would way rather have the full upside that we get rest of season with those running backs. But while the starters are healthy in their backfields, I think we probably just go ahead and make the boring play and we play Hunter Renfrow. Zach says, just came here to say it's 1 a.m. and I can't sleep because football's here. Let me know, are you waking up right now or are you going to bed? And if you're up right now, I'm expecting a Fantasyland football live stream sooner rather than later. MGD says, Mason, who's the kicker you have in the Flock League? I picked up, I think his name's Tyler Loop or something. Whatever the kicker is for the Baltimore Ravens. Now, D Mills with our next question. Yeah, Zach just woke up with that hat on. That hat stays glued. D Mills, we got Luther Burden, Jaden Higgins, Hunter Renfrow. So honestly, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jaden Higgins with no Christian Kirk. Hello there. You want to come say hi to everyone? This dog wanted in so bad she can break down the door. I know. How'd you sleep? Did you sleep well? Did you guard the house all night? Is it raining out there? Why are you wet? Okay, and go get her to take your leash off. Come on, go. Go get her to take your leash off. Okay. Sorry for that. Yeah, we go with Jaden Higgins here over the other options with no Christian Kirk. Now, Big Joe FF with our next question. We got two flexes. Is Jaden Reed going to play? What's the latest word we have on Jaden Reed? 99% of people, I want to tell them, you know what? Probably a good idea benching Jaden Reed if you can. But here, Dynasty Start 10 format, looking at your lineup, if Jaden Reed plays, you kind of have to get him in. RJ Harvey is going to be one of our names. It's like Jaden Reed or Joshua Palmer. It looks like Jaden Reed's a game time decision. It's from Jesse Morris. So Jalen Wright's out, Jaden Blue's out, Jordan James is out, McCaffrey's in. So Worthy's out, Kirk's out, Barrios, Watkins, Jalen Royals. So we don't know about Jaden Reed, Darnell Mooney, Dontavian Wake, Savion Williams. If Jaden Reed plays, you play Jaden Reed here. Wouldn't be excited about it, but the alternative is if Jaden Reed doesn't play, you're pivoting over to Joshua Palmer. So hope that helps. And for the love of God, I think we got to hope that Jaden Reed plays. But it looks like I got to sign back in to keep this show on the road. So as I do this, let me stall by telling you, if you have not done so already, go down there and hit that like button. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us, especially week one. And at the same time, we got engaged yesterday. So I think I'm allowed to beg for some sympathy likes. And I don't think there's anything else. Obviously, subscribe to the channel. I answer questions every single day on this live stream, giving away a ton of free questions here as well. So if you have any questions that you want to ask and you don't want to pay for them, just hang out in the chat. And once we get through all these, we'll give away a bunch of free start sets. Now, Big Joe, like I said, we talked about Reed here. We are going to be going with the combo of RJ Harvey and then either Jaden Reed or Joshua Palmer, depending on if Jaden Reed plays. Nikki TD says Swift or Ford for RB2. Evans or JSN in the flex. You go Mike Evans for sure. Phenomenal wide receiver room. I'm going to go, Tracy's interesting too. All your running back twos are interesting. I'm going to go Swift, but if you wanted to go Ford this week, I'm not going to fault you for it. Mr. Padilla, thank you. Mr. Padilla has actually met the fiance because he was at the first flock meetup and she was there. Now, Zach, with our next one here for the flex, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Cortland Sutton. Obviously, a lot of upside with Igbuka. Obviously, a lot of upside with Trevion Henderson. But the fact of the matter is, you don't need to roll the dice if you have somebody like Sutton. We know what to expect. Now, G console, here you play Cortland Sutton over Travis Hunter and Igbuka. And then for the flex, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Igbuka over the running backs. And I'm going to play him over Ridley. Cooper from AK says 0.2 point per carry. So we definitely want to get running backs in the flex if we can. 0.25 points added for wide receiver receptions. So yeah, the point per carry is going to outweigh that, in my opinion. We're going to go with Igbuka here. And then we're for sure, if it has any point per carry element with it, we're going to be playing Breece Hall over Travis Hunter easily, even if it's a tiered PPR. Now, Phoenix Lance says 0.2 point per carry plus half PPR. Trailing thanks to opponent having Javonte and Hurts. What the hell? Your opponent started, I guess, starting Javonte in a point per carry format's probably the move, right? And they luck boxed into a couple touchdowns. So I think we go, if it's any kind of point per carry element, I'm just going to go with the volume. And I think Jalen Warren gives you volume here. So 0.2 point per carry, go ahead. And honestly, I think you're just going to be jamming in Jalen Warren. F. Sayers, here for the flex, if we wanted to get somebody in, it would be like Travis Hunter or Marvin Harrison. I'm not playing Hunter over Chase or Evans, though. So we leave this as is pretty easily. If you wanted to go Loveland over Kyle Pitts, I have them ranked back-to-back this week. It's up to you. Now, M. Holy with our next question. We have Sutton, Tet, or Henderson to choose in the flex. You're going to go with Tet. Again, I showed this previously. It's one of the craziest things in the world to me. The projections on Underdog have Tet outscoring Amon-Ra St. Brown this week. If you wanted to go with Tet for fewer than 12.65 points, Amon-Ra for higher than 11.85, not going to fault you for it. You know what I'm going to do right now? Let me know what y'all think of these odds. And I don't think I've ever put $1,000 in an Underdog pick'em, but I have a 75% profit boost token right now. If I were to go with the 75% profit boost token and I were to use it on Amon-Ra to have higher than 11.85 fantasy points and Tet for lower than 12.65. Never mind. For whatever reason, they moved my max down to 500, but still probably smarter for me to do 500 anyway. It would be a 5.37x. So about a 5.5x if we have St. Brown for higher than 11.85 fantasy points and Tet lower than 12.65. Obviously, I'm telling you to start Tet McMillan. Put him in your lineup. These are half PPR projections as well. I'm running with it. It's week 1. I would not do it without the boost. Do not get me wrong. The reason I'm doing this is we get the booster. So I just did it on my phone, and I will share the screenshot with y'all. And obviously, I have a bunch of money in my Underdog account. I am sponsored by Underdog. I've also won Underdog tournaments where I've won $150,000 on Underdog. So for me, I can afford to lose $500 of Underdog credit. You cannot afford to lose $500. For the love of God, the last thing you would ever do is this. But here it is, my official pick on Underdog for Sunday. I guess this is our third one. But this is the one that I by far and away the most amount of dollars on. By far and away. So this is what I'm going to be sweating. And I'm actually going to tweet this out too. So let me pull up Twitter real quick. And let me stall. And again, obviously this should go without being said. But for the love of God, never. Pick'em is fun. Do not convince yourself that you can make a ton of money guaranteed and be profitable with this in the long term. I don't think you can. I do not have the faith in you. But I think we can have some fun doing it, which is what I'm doing here. So let's go. I'm just going to say, we ride. Let's just say, I like this on Underdog. So St. Brown, 11.85. Tet, for fewer than 12.65. Play the middle here. Okay. And I got to pull this crap back up, sorry. And I will say, of course, if y'all wanted to tail us on anything, Underdog is running out a bunch of promos. Raphael says Mason trying to win his ring money back. If y'all want to tell us on anything on Underdog, you also want to make sure that I'm okay if we lose that $500. Use promo code FLOCK. Sign up to Underdog Fantasy. After you make your first $5 play, they're going to add $50 into your account if you use code FLOCK. And at the same time, you're going to be getting those special boosted tokens where you can boost your profits on any pick'em. And we have exclusive Flock boosted pick'em packs, as well as if you use code FLOCK for the Sunday night game. We have one out there in the app right now. So use promo code FLOCK, and you can find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the description and live chat. And it would be the best engagement gift you could give me as well. But all the way back here to, so long story short, start Tet over Cortland Sutton. But I think you have to play him week 1 for sure. Now, marker word, always happy to see a quarterback. I'm going to go Love over Tua. Running back, I'm assuming we benched Hampton if he's on our bench. If you have Hampton, you play him. Running back, if you wanted to go JCM over Bigsby, now that Chris Rodriguez is inactive, I'm not going to fault you for it. Wide receiver, obviously, we played Chase, we play Metcalf, and we go Rome in the flex. Now, Brandon coming through says, and I see a bunch of people saying, like, Mason trying to get his ring money back in one live stream. Y'all know I never do this many Underdog pick'ems. Like, for us to have 3 Underdog pick'ems out right now is very much unlike us. The thing is, the amount of special boost that they are doing in the promos that they have week 1, it's all, in my opinion, week 1 is the best time to do promos, specifically because of the boost that you have available to you. But Brandon says, are we worried about Kyler? Fields and Lawrence are available. Appreciate the content. So here's my thing. I think if I was re-ranking guys this week, re-ranking quarterbacks, I would go with Lawrence over Kyler with the sickness. I'm going to go T. Higgins at wide receiver here no matter what. And then for the flex spots, I'm going to go Marv. And I don't know if you play Devonta Smith, you're stuck with Smith. If you didn't play Smith, you'd go Golden. But in terms of like what we would do realistically between Kyler and Lawrence, if you were to play Lawrence, you're going to have to drop somebody. Who are we dropping? Najee? So in that case, like Najee is a premium handcuff back. I'd be a little bit concerned about it. So tough spot. But I probably just roll with Kyler if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. I love Lawrence's matchup, though. Sunshine says, I started Hampton. The question was really RJ Harvey or JCM or Tank, really. I would go RJ Harvey out of those guys, my guy. Okay, Kyle, this is Ricky Pearsall or Travis Hunter. Based off Jennings playing, the projections lowering with Pearsall and Travis Hunter being a full-time offensive player, according to Shefty, I'm going to go Travis Hunter now. I would have said Ricky Pearsall at the beginning of the week, but I think I would have been wrong. Now, let's move this over to our next one. DGTX. Here, running back between RJ Harvey, Ja'Cory Cross-Camara, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon. I'm going to be going with RJ Harvey. And then for the flex, Judy and Terry's going to be close for me. Obviously, 99% of weeks, it's Terry McLaurin, and I wouldn't consider Judy. But you just have a beautiful matchup for Judy. You had so much time being missed from camp with Terry. I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to take Judy there. But I'm going to be boring and I'll take Terry. Now, M. Selsmer says, congrats on the engagement. I need a miracle today. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to go Lawrence over Purdy. I like the game environment a lot more. I know that we are down bad because we started Worthy and Hampton already. I think you go Puka here at wide receiver for sure. And then for the flex plays, we're going to go with the wide receivers that I think can have big games. We're going to go with Egbuka and JSN. I think maybe Egbuka has a lower floor than Waddle, but I think the ceiling may be higher. And given our current situation, I would optimize for the ceiling. Now, Semi says, would like help picking my last two flex spots. I'm going to go with Zay Flowers and Trevion. Zay Flowers is the easy play considering the fact that it's a great matchup against Buffalo where they're going to have to throw the ball a bunch. But I think you can also take Trevion here as well. Now, Dan, with our next one for the flex, I'm going to go Trevion over Travis Hunter. Actually, but honestly, I'm going to bench Rome. I'm going to play Travis Hunter over Rome. I go with the rookies here. I think things have played out really nice if you are looking at the reports coming out of Jacksonville and New England for us to move up both those rookies in our rankings in comparison to where they were early in the week. Now, Mike, looking at these three receivers, I think you play Marv even with the report of Kyler being sick. Hellboy Jordan, always happy to see us. This is the wife's team. This is her first time playing fantasy. I tried to get the fiance this year in a fantasy league, but she wasn't having it. But here, she's going to go Bo Nix, Chase Brown. She has no Mixon, has no Spears. A Ford, she's lucky, is a jam week one. Long term, it's going to be a little bit more questionable. JSN, wide receiver, is a great play. If she didn't play Devonta Smith already, I would be going Travis Hunter in the flex, but she may have already played Smith, so Hunter may not be a viable play. But best of luck to both you and her. Now, Dibsteph, we're going to go Travis Hunter over Rome Odunze. And I don't know exactly how you were asking this. Maybe you just kind of need help ranking the receivers here. So how I would rank all these wide receivers is I would go Neighbors 1, Hunter 2, Ridley 3, Rome 4. Drake the Ripper here in the flex What the hell? Okay, it's an 8-team league. That's why. We're going to go Jonathan Taylor, but dear God, having to bench JSN is crazy. You need to trade JSN and try to go get an elite tight end if he's on our bench. Okay. Josiah says, will the season pass give us access to the merch? So, be just completely honest with y'all from a business perspective. For me to order, like, I'm about to order 2,000 hats. I'm about to spend more money on merch than I've ever spent money on anything in my entire life. I'm going to order 2,000 of these hats. I already have about 500 here in our inventory. They're going to be different logos, but essentially they're all going to be Flock Fantasy hats. Different logos, different colors, tomato. We'll have a bunch. I'm going to post a Google form on flockfantasy.com. We'll have about 2,500 hats in the inventory. It cost me about $20 to buy the custom hat, to have the custom hat here, and to ship the custom hat to y'all. So I'm not going to sell any of the hats. They're all just going to be given away for free. And if I were to give away the hats to everybody who got the season pass for free, I would just not be profitable. The amount that I have to pay the developers, pay to AWS, blah, blah, blah. If the season pass, if I make if we charge $34 for it, and then after all the fees and all the costs of running the site, if I'm paying $20 per person to send them a hat, we're losing a ton of money on that. And it would be very, very bad for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have about 2,500 hats, which is, again, more money. It may end up costing me like $50,000 to do this. Like, by far and away, the more money than I've spent on anything in my entire life. But I'm able to because so many of y'all supported on the channel. I mean, on the site. I'm going to post a Google form on flockfantasy.com. Everybody I'm going to say, like, tag yourself if you're an annual mother flocker, if you got the season pass or what it is. The annual mother flocker people on the site will get priority. So first, anybody who's an annual mother flocker on the site, we're going to make sure that you get a piece of merch shipped to you for free. So you'll fill out the Google form, you'll say what you are, you'll put your address, and you'll put your priority of all the different designs, what you like the most, what you like the least, so we can hopefully get you what you like the most. And then once we get everybody who's an annual mother flocker sent out hats, then we'll move over to the season pass people. But not everybody that got a season pass will be able to get a hat. I can't guarantee that everybody will be able to get one. So I'm going to try my best. And I'm sure a lot of y'all who got season passes will be able to get a hat. And I'll definitely encourage you to fill out the Google form. It'll be free for you to fill out the Google form at least. I just can't guarantee that you get the hat the way I can if you got the annual mother flocker. Because the annual mother flocker is like, after like the stripe fees and stuff, we make like $90 from it. So obviously I have to pay the devs, I have to pay everybody on the site, blah, blah, blah. But I can afford, like, the margins there where I can afford to spend $20 per person to ship them a hat every year, right? Where I can't for the $34 season pass. So we will, hopefully that makes sense. Now Huff says, upgrade my bench or should we stay put? Here, running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Genty. We're going to play Derrick Henry. Wide receiver, we go Adams and Evans. Tight end, we go Ingram. Flex, we go stay put. Great team. Now, let's move this over. Jay Mahidi says, who should I play at RB2 and who should I flex? Running back 2, I'm going to go Jalen Warren. And flex, I leave this as is. Don't change it. Apple says actives, inactives came out, so I will pull up the actives, inactives. We'll get some people some free questions on the site in just 1 second, but let me answer all these real quick. We're going to go May over Cam Ward easily here at quarterback. And then for the flex spot, I'm going to go with Matthew Golden over RJ Harvey. Now, PK90, so should I do this? This is Pickens versus Godwin and Worthy. It's a 14-team start 8. Your week 2 lineup, you'll have T. Higgins, Travis Hunter at wide receiver, CMC, Achane at running back, Trevion Henderson in one flex spot, and Jaden Higgins in the other flex. I think you need the Pickens production early. You know what? I'm not even a big George Pickens guy. But for you, with these league settings, If we could just wait until like tomorrow to hopefully get more news with Worthy before we make this decision. But if you make this trade and Worthy's out for the year, you are screwed. But let me pull up the actives and inactives. And as I do that as well, two different things. One, if you haven't already, hit the like button. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. And we are going to live stream every single day until Christmas. So also, if somehow you're not already subscribed, go down there and subscribe. Second thing is drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we will get y'all set up with a couple free vouchers. We'll pick multiple people to give free vouchers to. So here are the reports that we have coming out. Darnell Mooney inactive for week 1. So Drake London is an absolute smash, and Kyle Pitts is now more interesting. I told a couple people early that I would rather start Loveland over Pitts, and I think I was wrong with that. I think we need to pivot over, and you probably go Pitts over Loveland now for week 1, obviously not rest of season. Will Campbell is active. Chris Godwin is targeting a return in week 5. Means he's probably not coming back in week 5. Giants have packages of plays intended to put Jackson Dart on the field where he is most comfortable. McCaffrey's going to play. And I think that's all we got for the stuff recently. But let's get a free start set question sent over to Mark Word real quick. And again, we're going to pick multiple of y'all in the chat and give free questions too. So just keep putting your name. Mark a Word. My guy, I can't find you on the site. Did you change it to sunshine there? I'm sorry, I don't know why I can't find you. Let's check Uncle Fresh. Uncle Fresh, I did find you. And we just got you sent over a free start sit. If you have anything you want to send in this stream, I'd be happy to help you out. We got JD Beverage. I just found you as well. We just got you sent over a free start sit question. So if you want to ask anything, I'd be happy to help you out. We got Evan Jew. I cannot find you. I can only find y'all on the site on my users page if you use code FLOCK. Dorian75. Just found you and just sent you over a free start sit as well. And we'll give a bunch of people free start sits as well. In the second, let me make sure we catch up on all the paid questions or submitted ones on the site already. Now let's move this over to our next one. This coming out from Phil. Happy to see you as always. For the flex, I'm going to personally take Brees. While I'm definitely concerned with the usage, can't sit here and say that we are super excited to jam him in. I think we are going to take him over guys like JCM. Because like Brees, at least we know he's, or at least we can expect that he is the lead back in his backfield. Apple says Chubb expected to be the bell cow, apparently. Let me see if I can find that report. Yep, that report just came out for me in Rappaport. Let me pull this up. Does he have a...
Let's get to another player who is dynamic as we go through some of the...
Hopefully y'all can hear this. Can y'all hear this?
Leader for the Cleveland Browns is now on the Houston Texans. If you haven't been paying attention this offseason, he is expected to be the Texans' bell cow running back. Sounds like he looks really, really good in training camp, and they expect big things from him with last year's starter.
Okay. Nobody's telling me they can hear it. People saying it's faint. So for whatever reason, it's not actually working. Essentially, yeah, Ian Rappaport saying that Nick Chubb's going to be the bell cow. I am going to win so much money with best ball drafts this year. It's of course week 1. It is way too early to know for sure. But it looks like we are set up to crush with our underdog pick'ems. I'm sorry, with our underdog best ball drafts. Nick Chubb being one of my most drafted players when we were getting him around 17, 18. Like when we had the Mixon news that came out, Nick Chubb was my number one running back in terms of dollars invested. And my number one wide receiver in terms of dollars invested is Quentin Johnston. We are set up to crush. God, I want to win another tournament so bad. Cool Kid with our next question here. Obviously, if I had a time machine, I'd tell you to play Javonte, but I think we just have to play Travis Etienne here and send up a prayer that Etienne is going to have a large workload. Obviously, not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination, but when we have no Rice, when we have no Ayuk, you don't have many options. Now, Mike, with our next one, I'm assuming that we need to choose between Braylon, JCM, Jordan Mason, and Charbonnet. Based off Chris Rodriguez being inactive, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. So I'm pretty damn confident that Zach Charbonnet is the RB2 in Seattle. I'm pretty confident Jordan Mason's the RB2 in Minnesota. I'm pretty confident that Braylon Allen's the RB2 with the Jets. And with Washington, I have no idea. So I would go Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt if I had to guess. The Notorious One says, which wide receiver should I pair with Tracy for an upgrade at receiver? Wide receivers, we have Harrison. Is there a world where we can go Tracy and Harrison and get up to the London range? That would obviously be an absolute no-brainer. And the issue is you're going to have a hard time trading any other. Like if you go Tracy and Keenan to get to a wide receiver that was going in round like 3 or round 4, go get somebody like Jackson Smith and Jigba. Go get somebody like Ladd McConkey. If you wanted to go like Tracy straight up for a receiver, if you can go like Cortland Sutton, DK Metcalf, Garrett Wilson, Terry McLaurin. Or if you really need a wide receiver production in the short term, you could go like Terry McLaurin and Rice to try to get one of those round 3 receivers. Because Tracy's a starting running back right now. I would assume there's somebody in your league that needs some help at RB. Now, D. Kais here for the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Rome over Pearsall at this point. Now that you have Jawan Jennings good to go. Now, Vishkin with our next one. This is a start sit. Here, running back, DeAndre Swift, jam. Sutton, jam. Jerry Jeudy, jam. Like Jerry Jeudy, that's going to be the best week all year. In terms of where he is in my weekly rankings, obviously there'll be a random week where we weren't expecting it, where Jerry Jeudy is going to blow up. But in terms of how he projects going into a week, this will be the highest that he probably is all year in my weekly rankings. Best matchup you could ask for while you still have Flacco under center. Where I would be very, very surprised if we got 17 games out of Flacco. I'd be pleasantly surprised as somebody who drafted Jerry Jeudy in their league, but I would be surprised. Okay. Now, Jake with our next question. Here for the flex. We have no Godwin. We have no Rice this week, so we are in a tough spot. Full PBR format, I think we go Bateman. Bateman, high ceiling, low floor. Obviously, we can't be super confident. But when you're going up against the Buffalo Bills, there should be a lot of passing volume in this offense. Now, let's refresh this. We got work. Says Mason, another year. Glad to be here with you. Appreciate you, my friend. The best options we have on the bench, I would say, are Tet and JSN. I cannot play them over the running backs, obviously, and I cannot play them over Drake London. So this is an incredible team. You need to go out there and try to trade like Drake London and Dallas Goedert for Brock Bowers. If you have Jackson Smith and Jigba and Tet on your bench, you can afford to go and get the elite level tight end. Because, yeah, I would love to tell you to get one of these receivers inside our starting lineup. I think they're going to crush. But now, Gridiron God says, 3 wide receiver double flex. No luck with previous offers. Should I send this? 3 wide receiver double flex. Depth's going to matter more. Pacheco and Kraft versus Kittle. Give me Kittle easily. Lamb versus Bijan Robinson. Close call, up to you in this format. Probably prefer CeeDee Lamb slightly. But, yeah, overall, if you're going to be able to get that massive upgrade to George Kittle and kind of stay inside the same tier elsewhere, we're going to go with the George Kittle side. Now, Westy with our next question. Here, running back, no Chris Rodriguez. I think we are going to go through and we are going to take Austin Eckler. Brian Robinson would have been in play, of course, if you had no McCaffrey, but it looks like McCaffrey is going to be good to go. Michael says, that's wild, Mason. I would take London Goddard over Bowers, not vice versa. I have that the same exact way in my rankings, but I can guarantee you, you do not have Jackson Smith and Jigba and Tet McMillan on your bench. So I am occasionally willing to take the value loss and making a trade if it makes a lot of sense for our roster construction. Now, B. Joy says, should I start Kyler still? He is sick. I would start Kyler in the vast majority of leagues. Looking at the over-under of this game and the spread of the game, sportsbooks didn't lower the implied team total for the Cardinals in any way or any dramatic way. So I would still start Kyler. If the sportsbooks aren't worried, I'm probably not going to be. Sway with our next one. I'm going to go Tyreek over Tet, but we're jamming Tet in the flex spot. Like I said, this is the biggest underdog pick'em that I don't want to say that I've ever done. I maybe have done one bigger than this, but it's definitely the biggest one that I've done this year. We are going lower on Tet, 12.65 fantasy points, and higher on Amon-Ra St. Brown, 11.5. Out of principle, I can't see how Tet projects better than Amon-Ra St. Brown week one, even with the matchups. Amon-Ra St. Brown's been an elite wide receiver in fantasy for years. We've never seen Tet play a game. So I'm taking this on Underdog. It's about a 5.5x if it hits. But with that being said, if you're looking at starting Tet, based off the fact that he projects to score more points than Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's somebody that needs to be in your lineup. Now, let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions coming in. We have a couple. Here we got this from Pac-Man. We need 2 flexes. Judkins, Najee, Scat, none of those are realistic options. We have no Jordan Addison. I think you aren't excited about it, but you got to play Jaden Higgins here with no Christian Kirk. And then for other start, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Joshua Palmer, what should be a high-scoring game, and we hope that he falls into the end zone. Now, Dorian here at running back, I'm going to take DeAndre Swift over Jalen Warren. The projections would have Warren higher, but for me, I just like the offense more in Chicago. Tight end, David Njoku's an elite tight end this week. Best quarterback play you can ask for all year from the Browns specifically. And also the best matchup you could ask for. So, and then Tyreek Hill in the flex is an easy call. GXGO says, how do I use the vouchers? I have 2 but charges. It's probably because you were trying to type a message in the chat box, which that costs just because it takes me extra time to do it. So if you just put your starting lineup in and then submit it, it should be free if you have the vouchers. Or maybe you use the different code and you have vouchers for somebody else and not for me. That could be it as well. So when you try to get them from me, it charges. But if you use code FLOCK, those vouchers should be for me to answer your start set. And here for the flex, I'm going to go ahead. I will take JMO over Diggs and Jennings. And then with Chubb, I know we get the report that he is going to be a bell cow, but bad offensive line. Don't know if we're going to get a lot of target volume. I hope both in the Flock League as well as for my best ball bags that Nick Chubb crushes. But excited. DLX says, where's the Google form for the hats at? We have not posted the Google form. So whenever I reference when we're giving away all the free hats and blah, 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 or, hey, if you fill out the Google form on the site, you'll get an extra $10 in your Underdog account. That will always be posted on the post page. So you can see as an example, right? Here's the $10 Underdog credit form. You go through, you click that. And if you either got the season pass on flockfantasy.com or you're an annual mother flocker, you just go through and put your flockfantasy.com email address and your Underdog username into this Google form. And you'll get put on a list to get $10 extra added in your Underdog account. And this is completely good for you, whether you are new to Underdog or you've been on Underdog for years. It doesn't matter. But the hat stuff will be very similar to this. It'll be pretty much identical to it. Where you'll go here, you'll fill out the Google form from that. Now, blondes, we need a flex. I am going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jalen Warren over Diggs and Ridley. I think Warren, you just get a high floor with the opportunities. 8 crazy nights. Always happy to see you here. Wide receiver. I'm going to be taking what the... No way in hell you could get me to start Isaiah Bond. We're going to go Michael Wilson. It's a 32-team league. I forgot about this. We have no Chris Rodriguez because Chris Rodriguez is a healthy scratch. So it's really like Isaiah Bond, Cade Stover, Emmanuel Wilson. You're going to go Emmanuel Wilson. I mean, Marshawn Lloyd's on the IR, so he is technically the RB2 in Green Bay. I don't know how much work he's going to get from Jacobs, but you don't have another option. It's a 32-team league. Diddy's Baby Oil coming through. Our next spot's going to be running back. It's Swift versus Tracy. Projections like Tracy a lot more. I'm sure smart people would tell you to go ahead and just jam in Tyrone Tracy. I'm sure there's something that I'm missing here. But I like DeAndre Swift more as a player. I like the offense more. And I am worried about the overall game environment for Tracy going up against the Commanders, where there's a massive spread on that game. Now, Drake the Ripper with our next one. This is a start set. We're going to go Matthew Golden here in the flex. Is there anything else that we could say with this? Not really. Like, frankly, the Jaden Reed status doesn't matter for me here. I think Matthew Golden's going to, even if Reed plays, have just as large of a role as Cooper Kupp. I think it's a great game environment. Packers are supposed to score a lot more points. I think you get big play upside with Golden that you don't get with Kupp at this point. So, yeah, I think it's kind of going to be Golden regardless. Now, I think we're all caught up on the questions, so we can give some more free start sit questions in the chat. I don't know if we're going to do any roster reviews an hour before kickoff. So I think we are going to be doing a lot of free start sit questions. So just go down to the chat, drop your flockfantasy.com username. And also with that being said as well, hit that like button. We're going to be giving away a ton of free questions. Subscribe to the channel. We live stream every single day. I'm going to live stream every single day until Christmas answering questions. Last, 2 years ago, we streamed for like 230 days straight. Last year, we pretty much did the same thing. I just took a week-long break in June. And we're going to almost do the same thing this year. But here with this, I'm sorry, my guy, you didn't select the other team for me to look at. So if you want me to answer a question like this, put in just 2 dummy players from the 2 teams that you're wanting to trade with. And then I'll send you over a free trade voucher so you can redo that. Okay. Margaret says, let's get to 2,500 likes, y'all. Come on. Okay, so one thing that I never thought we'd have a chance to get to is obviously there are only so many people that play fantasy football, right? So I would assume that most people on YouTube that play fantasy football have found my channel at this point. So I thought that it was going to be extremely hard for us to get any more subscribers. But I looked at the amount of subscribers that we got. I did this yesterday or the day before. In August last year versus the amount of subscribers that we got in August this year. And we actually gained more subscribers this August than we did last August, which I was really surprised with. So it looks like, I don't want to make a big deal of it because I don't think it's going to be likely, but there is a chance we can hit 300,000 subscribers this year, which if that happens, that would be the craziest thing ever. I never thought that would even be in play. I never thought that would be an option. Hell, I never thought we'd hit 10,000 subscribers, right? But yeah, so it looks like we may actually hit that like, but help us get to 300K. That would be insane. Now let's send a free question over to Carts. or Karch. I apologize. Karch. Okay, just found you, my friends. And just sent you over that free start set. We got EJ Riggs. Just let me see if I can find you to send you over some free questions. Just found you and sent you over a free start set. Lions in 4. Just found you and just sent you over a free start set as well. Now let me get through the rest of these questions that we have waiting for us, and then we'll go ahead and we will get back to giving some more free ones. Teresa says, congrats, Mason. Thank you, Teresa. I'm assuming that this means congrats for the engagement, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, saw all of y'all's comments on the comment section of the video. And obviously I wasn't able to reply to all of them, but of course everybody's sending us congrats. I really do appreciate it. Now let's move this over to our next one from 44 MSU, longtime member of the flock. Super message here says, Addison on the waiver wire. Should we drop Ollie for him? 100%. You're not starting Ollie this week anyway. So effectively you're looking at just having 2 extra weeks from Ollie on your bench. In comparison to Addison, go get Addison. Aiden says, start Kyler or grab Lawrence or Caleb off the waiver wire. Who would we have to drop? I would want... The thing is, your drop would be Brian Robinson. I'm not willing to drop Brian Robinson. So no, you're just going to start Kyler Murray. And again, if you're looking at sports books, we have sports books projecting out about the same implied team total for the Cardinals before and after this Kyler news. Nothing's really changed. Now, Super Lamario, Tet is just the auto start. Again, the biggest underdog pick'em I put in all year. I would not have done this if we didn't have the profit boost, but we got the 75% profit boost, so I'm good for it. Is Tet to have fewer than 12.65 fantasy points and Amon-Ra to have higher than 11.5. I just think it's crazy that Tet would ever project to be higher than Amon-Ra St. Brown week 1 when we've never seen him, regardless of how good the matchup is, regardless of how good the situation is. But I would say that we probably could use this projection and tell you very easily, if you have Tet, you put him in your starting lineup. 100%. Jeep guy, appreciate you as well, Mike. I hope you have a good season. Now, Big D coming through with our next. Jackson says he'd take the higher on both. The thing is, it's a half PPR format. So the higher on both, I know seems like super interesting, but it's a half PPR, not full PPR. Big DB here for the flex. We are looking at Pittman, ETN really as the top 2 options. You have no Godwin, you have no Addison, you have no Rice. I would go Pittman in a full PPR format. I really do like the matchup going up against the Miami Dolphins. Okay, let's refresh this. So we got Matteo with our next one. Running back Ford versus Chubb. I'm still going to go Ford. So we have the positive report coming out telling us that Nick Chubb's going to be the bell cow. And if that does happen, combined with what we got from Quentin Johnston, I'm going to be a very, very rich man this season. My drafts are going to absolutely crush. Now, with that being said, Nick Chubb's not going to catch the ball. And Jerome Ford has a much better matchup. So I'm going with Ford there. Now, B-Rot with our next question. Here at wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Sutton. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with Metcalf over Igbuka. Igbuka definitely is the better matchup, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Igbuka crushes over him. But to start the rookie receiver there that at best is the wide receiver 2 on his team over DK Metcalf when we've never seen him before, I think it's going to be a tough spot for me. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. 44 MSU out again. Here for the flex, we have DJ Moore, Harrison, Igbuka. With the Kyler sickness, I will take DJ Moore. With DJ Moore, I'm not that concerned about Luther Burden having a big week 1. Not that concerned about Loveland having a big week 1. Plus, we get the added bonus that it's a Monday night game, so we have something to look forward to tomorrow. Too much JV. I'm going to go with, this is tough. Full PPR format. Obviously, full PPR, typically we are giving a slight edge to the receivers in the flex over the running backs, especially the RBs that will be in committees and not guaranteed the 3-down workload. Similar to Breece Hall. We're looking at Breece versus JMO and Pittman, which really it would just be JMO. We look at Underdog. They have Breece higher, lower, 9.85 fantasy points. They have JMO after the extension, higher, lower at 9.55. Full PPR aspect of Jamison Williams. I could be flat out wrong with this, and maybe we are holding on too much. Oh, actually, I'm an idiot. You start both over Ricky Pearsall. Take Pearsall out of your lineup. I know we have Purdy, but now that Jennings is good to go in a tough matchup, you bench Pearsall. Play both Breece and JMO. Now, Jacob trading Jerry Jeudy for Kenneth Walker. I have Jerry Jeudy in the Flock League, and I'd make this deal in a heartbeat. You for sure want Kenneth Walker. No question about it. Now, EJ rigged with our next one. Aaron Jones would be the best player on our bench. Can I play Jones over Genty, Trevion, or Waddle? Probably not in a full PPR format. So I think we leave this as is. And great call on benching George Pickens this week. Okay, let me refresh this. Isaac says start Lawrence or Purdy. I'm going to go Lawrence. The Jags are projected to score more points by a decent little margin than the Niners this week. I would rather have Purdy long-term for sure. But I would say that Lawrence is probably the best streaming quarterback that we are going to have this week. But honestly, definitely the best. And I would start him over most QBs. Like Lawrence is a top 10 QB for me, easily. Okay, so it looks like this was the last question we need to get to before we can give away a bunch of free questions in the chat again. So I'm going to go pee. This will be my last bathroom break of the live stream. And then we will come back and we'll give away like 5 people free start set questions in the chat. And we'll just keep doing that until kickoff. All right, we are back. Drop your site username in the chat, and we will pick 5 of y'all to give free questions to. And I'm going to eat this real quick. I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything all day. We've been live for about 4 hours. And these are delicious, by the way. Shout out Kirkland Nut Bars. I mean, it's essentially just a candy bar. It's just chocolate with some nuts on it, but oh, dear God, it's good. Okay, we'll get this sent over to Smoshville. I can't find you on the site, my guy. I can only find you if you use code FLOCK when you set up your account. Move over to Bobby. Got you set up. Looks like you have 2 accounts. I'm going to send it to the one that you have an annual Mother Flocker with. We got Daddy Matt. We got marker word with spaces. Found you, my friend. Sorry about that initially. I was confused. I knew you used code FLOCK. That's why I was like, I'm sorry, I can't find you. But I just sent one over to you. K Kryptonite. And let's just keep giving them. I know we said 5, but F it. We got time. We got an hour. We're just going to keep sending these. K Kryptonite. Sent over. It's in your account now. Able92. Send this over to you. Let me send this. It's in your account now. We got Big Snook. Send this over to you. And okay, let me not send out too many more just because I need to make sure we can answer them all. So I'll send out, let me refresh this, see what we got going on, and then we will possibly be able to give out some more in a second. And also, this goes without being said, but hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell next to the subscribe button if you want to come out to these live streams with us. We are live streaming every single day answering fantasy football questions, and obviously going to be giving out a bunch of these free questions as well. Now, Chance 34. I'm assuming we filled this out incorrectly. I'm assuming you're just asking for 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. If that is the case, running back, we go Josh Jacobs, James Cook. Wide receiver, we go Jefferson, JSN. For the flex, we're going to go ahead and we will take Tyrone Tracy. If you need a second flex, then we'll go Jalen Waddle. Now, Giovanni says, congrats on the engagement. Thank you, my friend. Are we going to go Joshua Palmer or Demario Douglas? Ooh, can I pull up the projections? I would say Palmer maybe has a higher ceiling for a touchdown. Like Palmer, in my opinion, is maybe going to be a little more touchdown or bust. Like Joshua Palmer, higher, lower, 29.5 receiving yards. We go ahead and we look at what we have with Douglas. Douglas, higher, lower, 33.5 receiving yards. There, Douglas projects a little bit better, but I would think touchdown upside is about equivalent. I would love if we had Christian Kirk available. Actually, you have Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Now that Chris Rodriguez isn't playing, play Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt over both these guys. If you made me pick between the receivers, I'd probably go to Mario Douglas, but I'd play Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt over both of them, even if we wanted to avoid him week 1. Now, hey, with our next question, I'm going to go Josh Downs over Tyler Warren and Ramondre for the flex. A good matchup, actually, against Miami, where the Colts offense projects to have decent passing volume. Now, M. Byungi says, I need help picking my last flex. Nick Chubb looks more appealing now that you had the report coming out saying that he's going to be the bell cow, but still not expecting Nick Chubb to really give you anything when it comes to receiving usage. So I would go through and I would actually play Calvin Ridley instead. With this being a full PPR format, clearly we absolutely hate what we have when it comes to the matchup for Ridley, though. Now, Adam, with our next question, here for the flex. I'm going to go Sutton. I mean, I really like the upside of Travis Hunter, but I just frankly don't think you need to take the risk if you have Sutton. Good to go. There's no reason to take any risk in that case. But let's refresh, see if we had any of those free questions come in. I got to find some windows to close. The computer's going crazy. Yeah, we have a bunch of windows open. Yeah, I had no idea I had this many things open, hiding behind the chat. Yeah, oh my gosh, how do I have this much crap open on my computer? Okay, there we go. Close a bunch of different windows. Nasty Nick, this is Debo versus Brian Robinson. Dynasty trade. Are you the McCaffrey? This isn't Dynasty, this is redraft. You're the McCaffrey owner. Based on the report that we're getting with McCaffrey right now, I'd rather have Debo Samuel. Not going to fault you at all for wanting to go out there and trade for Brian Robinson if you have CMC. But, I mean, we've only gotten positive news about McCaffrey as of this morning. Now, Damian, this is Tracy and Hollywood versus Pollard. It's a league in which the wide receiver depth actually matters, where some teams could use Hollywood. He would never start in your lineup, though, because we are a little too good. So I'm fine if you wanted to make this deal and go get Pollard. Running Lamp trading George Pickens for DeAndre Swift. Running back, we have Chase Brown, Saquon Barkley, Amari Hampton. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Worthy, Tet, Egbuka, Pearsall, Rice. Fair trade. You don't need a running back. You don't need a receiver. Maybe you just go ahead and take DeAndre Swift. But my hesitation with it is, like, are we sure that we are in a spot where we can afford to be trading away the wide receiver when you have no Rice and no Worthy early? Now, Andy, with our next one. Quarterback, I'm going to go ahead. I will take Caleb over McCarthy. I think Caleb actually has some sneaky rushing upside that we'll get this year that I wouldn't see last. And then we're going to play JSN in the flex. JSN's an auto start regardless of matchup. Grant, thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate the kind words. Yeah, it was a good day yesterday. Kyle says one more till the reviews. I'll go ahead and I'll dive into your review right now. Kyle, do you want to let me know what team yours is on the team reviews? We'll take a small little break from start set. We'll review a team, try to come up with some trade suggestions, come up with some waiver wire pivots. But, oh, this is Kyle right here. Perfect. We'll pull him up. And let me make sure that we send you over some free questions as well, my friend, so we can get you good to go if you need any follow-ups. So Monra Dogging you says, pumped for the new season. I was able to snag Lamar at the 309 and waited until the end of the draft for a tight end. That is exactly what I would have done, considering this is a 12-team PPR start 8 format. Congrats on the engagement. God bless this football season. God bless this football season, my friend. And looking at this team, we are the number one squad in the league analyzer. Wide receiver is going to be very important for us to be built around because it's a full PPR format where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. We have Lamar Jackson at quarterback. Nothing to talk about. Obviously, we are starting him every single week, regardless of matchup. Now, going over and looking at what we have at running back. We have Chase Brown. We have Tony Pollard. We have Javonte. We have Trey Benson. And we have Byshell Tootin. So Chase Brown, auto start RB1. Pollard, Javonte, quality RB2, RB3 depth pieces. And then the upside of Benson and Tootin. Well-rounded running back room. Wide receiver, where we can start 4 of these guys weekly. We have St. Brown wide receiver 1. So we will have as good of a wide receiver, if not a better receiver than the majority of the league. We have Mike Evans wide receiver 2. So we will have a better wide receiver 2 than anybody else in this league. We have Ted McMillan wide receiver 3. We will have a better wide receiver 3 than anybody else in this league. Pearsall, Golden, Downs, Hollywood, quality depth pieces. I do think now that Jawan Jennings has signed his extension, as a side note, I realistically probably need to move Ricky Pearsall down my rankings a bit. Because looking at him here, like, I would rather have Matthew Golden over him rest of season. So let me go ahead and make that swap. So we're going to move Ricky Pearsall down to like wide receiver 37 behind Golden. Move Golden up to wide receiver 36. And then we have the quality depth of like Golden, Downs, Hollywood, Ayuk. And then tight end we have Ferg. what can I possibly say? Great team. I'm gonna be sitting here stalling to try to come up with any idea that we possibly can have for this team. Is there a way? I mean, this is a league where wide receiver depth matters, and we just have a tremendous amount. Is there a team in our league that really needs help at receiver? This team's wide receiver one's Tyreek. Their wide receiver two's Jerry Jeudy. They have Kittle and Loveland. I may go out and offer them Hollywood Brown for Loveland. See what they say. We're never starting Hollywood here. Our wide receiver room's too good. They would start Hollywood. This team has Ladd, Hunter, Olave, Pittman as their top 4 receivers. They have Trey McBride. Could we trade them Evans and Ferg for McBride? Going back to this team, could we trade them Evans and Ferg for Kittle? I don't think you need a build around tight end here. I think most spots you don't, but you're specifically in a roster where you have like 5, 6 wide receivers that we're extremely excited about. And then our next deal, trading Hollywood and getting back TJ Hawkinson or getting back David Njoku from this team that has Rice and like Luther Burden as their wide receiver 3. I think that would be very appealing. We find it, and the issue is there aren't going to be that many other teams that need receivers. This team is Darnell Mooney as their wide receiver 3 right now. They may be starting Rashad Bateman this week. It's a kind of a disrespectful offer. I'm going to send it anyway. Can we send them Mike Evans and Jake Ferguson to Bowers and see what they say? This team is Shakir, wide receiver 3. They don't really have that tight ends. This team is Cup, wide receiver 3. Keenan, wide receiver 4. Could we try to offer them like Matthew Golden for Sam Laporta? Ricky Pearsall for Sam Laporta? Any of those moves I think would be interesting. Again, I love that you built around wide receivers. So the fact of the matter is, I don't think we need help. Like, I don't think we need to sell receivers, but we can. But I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And I know you're in the chat. Again, so if you have any questions that you want me to answer, I'd be happy to answer them now. And also, if you have any questions in the future, I sent you over a couple of those free vouchers that I'd be excited to help you out with. But we're going to mark that complete, and we will go back over and look at the start sits, trades, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And let me pull this up. And we'll be giving out a bunch of free questions in the chat very soon. So just go down there, and we're giving out free questions in the chat like every single day. So just subscribe to the channel, and we're going to be live streaming, answering your questions every single day. Okay, so we had a couple questions come in that are a start set. Here, Pluto needs a flex between Ford, JCM, Harvey, and Diggs. I'm going to go Ford. I understand, yes, that we are looking at Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt as a more enticing option with Chris Rodriguez as a healthy scratch. But Ford, you just have the beautiful matchup going up against the worst defense in the league. And you have no Judkins this week. So I think you have the safe volume as well. Now, Tim Hendon, quarterback, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Drake May. Running back, James Cook, HN. Wide receiver, Brian Thomas, Jefferson. Tight end, Tyler Warren. Flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Igbuka and JMO. I don't think there's any reason to take the Diggs, Reed, Rome risk if you have these strong plays. Now, Abel coming through. We need 2 flex plays. I'm going to be going with Travis Hunter and Igbuka. Actually, no, I play. Can you spam the chat? I know y'all are going to say. I know y'all are going to say Travis Hunter. And Travis Hunter is definitely the more exciting play, especially with what Shefty's been saying. But for me, I am boring. Again, Travis Hunter, way higher ceiling to get in here. I completely understand you wanting to play Travis Hunter in this instance. But for me, Everybody in the chat is saying Hunter right now. If it was my team, I would probably fumble and I would play Breece Hall. But again, I think that could 100% be the incorrect decision. Maybe it would be a straight up just fumble for me, where it would be a horrendous move to make. Now, Toby with our next for the flex. I'm going to go with Jaden Higgins. Oh, no, you got to go Keon Coleman. Jaden Higgins is more interesting now than he would have been otherwise, considering the fact that you have no Christian Kirk. But you can still go with Keon, just because the game environment has Keon Coleman as in the highest scoring game that's going to get played this week. Now, CJ with our next one. Running back, I'm going to go ahead and take DeAndre Swift here. Tight ends, give me Evan Ingram over Tyler Warren week 1, Tyler Warren rest of season. And then for the flex, we're going to go Travis Etienne, but we don't have many options to choose from because we have no Rice, we have no Ayuk, and we have no Kirk, and Keenan Allen's already played. Now, JB with our next question. For the flex, between Travis Hunter and RJ Harvey, I will now go with Travis Hunter since Shefty said that he's going to be playing the majority of the snaps on the offensive side of the ball. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Hunter here. Now, Big Snook with our next question. We need 2 flex plays. I'm going to take the combo of Pollard for the guaranteed volume and then DK Metcalf over Olave and Debo. However, the game environment's supposed to be really bad with Metcalf. That's supposed to be the lowest scoring game of the week if you're looking at over-unders. And sportsbooks are actually telling us that it's a much better play projections-wise to go with Debo Samuel. Okay, I've been seeing the chat, people wanting us to go over our underdog pick'ems. I will talk about my underdog pick'ems real quick, but I will give you all a warning that I have brutally missed on our underdog pick'ems yesterday and on Friday and Thursday. And it was not even really close either. It wasn't a bag beat. I just lost flat out and was horribly wrong. So I'll be honest with you. Here's what I've been going with. Tail it at your own risk. I have Amon-Ra St. Brown for higher than 11.85 fantasy points and Ted McMillan lower than 12.65. Again, this is all about the odds that I'm getting on this. This is almost a 6x if these 2 things hit. It's a $500 entry, which is the most that I put on an underdog pick'em all year, to win about $2,700. So this is what I'm going with. For me personally, I think it's a little wild for the rookie wide receiver that we've never seen in the NFL, even if he has the best situation ever, even if it's a great game environment, to project higher than Amon-Ra St. Brown, who has been an elite wide receiver in fantasy for years and years and years. So that's what I'm going with. Again, I'm using the 75% profit boost token. If instead this was like $500 to win $1,500, I probably wouldn't suggest it. If this was just like a 3x or a 3.5x, I wouldn't be interested. But with a profit, Underdog is just doing so many profit boost tokens that I have to go through and send these in. Now, our next one is going to be Tony Pollard. Debo Samuel, Ricky Pearsall. We're going to go with Pollard for fewer than 82.5 total yards. Just don't like the game environment. And we're going to be going with Ricky Pearsall for higher than 41.5. Debo not to score a touchdown. And this will be about a 6x as well. And then our last one that Underdog allowed us to set up in the app was a custom flock fantasy pick'em, where it's going to be Derrick Henry for lower than 4.5 yards for his longest reception, which who knows if Derrick Henry will have a single reception. He runs like 4 routes a game. And then we'll have James Cook higher than 68.5 total yards and Josh Allen higher than 229.5. Now again, this is boosted. Normally a 6x, but if you use code FLOCK and you sign up to Underdog, you'll get it for an 8.5x. And then, like I said, I've been horrible with these lately. You probably don't want to tail us, but I will say maybe I'm due, not only because we've been horrible with them lately, but also we got engaged yesterday. So hopefully we have some luck on our side. Hopefully, the fantasy gods will bless us. But if you did want us to tail us, if you did want to tail us, I will send the link in the live chat. It's Underdog Fantasy. It's available in pretty much every single state. And on top of that, if you use code FLOCK, not only would it be the best engagement present you could ever get us, but it would also add $50 into your account after you play your first $5. And you can get those special access boosted packs like we were talking about. So links in the live chat. Link is in the description if you wanted to tail us on Underdog. And use code FLOCK again if you wanted all the promos and if you want to support the stream / get us a little engagement present. Now, J-Bombs with our next start set. Leggett, Shakir, the easy calls. Actually, I'm going to go Bateman over Leggett. Let me walk that back. Bateman, we saw the viability with the spikes last year. Leggett, I really like the environment. I've drafted a ridiculous amount of Xavier Leggett in underdog drafts, but realistically, just looking at that Bills-Ravens game, it projects to score more points than any other game in the NFL this week. Now, looking at Sebastian, so Sup Mason, congrats. I'm undecided with my flex. Let's just easily jam in Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard, high over under this game. Panthers supposed to be able to put points on the board, and you have a locked and loaded 3-down workload. So I'm going to play it safe. Obviously, the wide receivers maybe give you big play potential, but I like the guaranteed volume in what appears to be a good environment. James says, will East Coast weather affect New England, the Giants, Tennessee? Worried about Genty, Terry, Sutton. We have Igbuka. So here's what I do, to be completely honest with y'all, because y'all know I do not worry about weather at all until right before the games, because I have done, realistically, I've streamed every single day during the season since 2020, right? So I average about 150 days live streaming a year, not including the draft streams. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe we average like 120 days of live question and answer streams. Done that for like 5 years now. So I've done like 600 of these live Q&As. And the amount of times that I've gotten weather questions and people have been scared off good plays because of the weather, too many to count. Where so often we get, is this weather going to be a concern? Is this weather going to be a concern? Is this weather going to be a concern? And by the time the game's going to go, it doesn't matter. So I would say in general, I am not really concerned about weather until right before the game starts. And we know for a fact, actually, it looks like the weather forecast is correct. Literally so I proposed at the park yesterday, set it up for like 10:45. I ended up having to rush it. She had no idea. And I was just having to drag us to the park and blah, blah, blah. But I was having to coordinate with somebody to take pictures and record. And I had to rush it because it was supposed to start pouring rain at like the forecast said 10:45. So it's like, oh crap, we got to do this early. We got to get there. We got there, never rained. It happens all the time. It's not just where I live, it's where you live. And it's obviously where these games get played. You have bad weather early in the morning and it will get cleared up by the time the game's here. So we're 30 minutes away from kickoff. So now it's finally about time for us to go like, is this weather going to make an impact? And realistically, what I do is I go and say, what are sportsbooks projecting out? Are sportsbooks lowering the over-under of the game significantly? Because if it's horrendous weather, you will see like, oh crap, maybe the over-under of this game was 50 and a half points. And now all of a sudden they moved it down to 46 and a half. And there is something to be concerned about here. But like, let's go through. So I know a lot of people are concerned with the Raiders game. Before all the weather stuff, the New England Patriots had an implied team total of 23 points. They're still right there with the same implied team total. Sportsbooks aren't lowering them whatsoever. What else is there? Tennessee was projected at 17 and a half. I guess they got lowered down to 17, but they were supposed to be the worst offense in the league before the weather and after the weather as well. They're still supposed to be the worst offense in the league. And then the Broncos were supposed to score a ton of points, and they're still right there The only offenses that are projected to score the same amount would be, or more, the only offenses projected to score more than them are the Ravens, Bengals, and Eagles. So I'm not getting scared off my plays, like based off this weather. If there's a little bit of rain, it shouldn't impact it too much. Okay. And if it would impact it a ton, I think we would see it reflected with the sportsbook data. Like I would not advise you to do this. But if you thought like, oh, there's going to be rain, it's just going to be them running the ball and defense is going to win and blah, 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 go slam the under on the over-under. You shouldn't do it because the fact of the matter is it probably is not going to have that big of an impact. But if it was like, oh my gosh, this is Katrina coming in, it should be reflected with those lines. Now, King Artie coming through with our next question. On the bench, our best options, Olave. I'd play Olave over Ricky Pearsall at this point. Now that Juwan Jennings is going to go and Jennings gets the new contract, I mean, the projections are hating Ricky Pearsall this week. Now, John says, need help with the flex, Henderson, Olave, or Waddle. I'm not going to go with Olave here. It'd either be Henderson or Waddle. The exciting play is Henderson. What I would do in my own team, to be honest with you, just to be completely honest, is I would play Waddle. If this was my own team, I'd play Waddle, but I think the majority of people in the chat would tell you to play Henderson. Now, let's move this over. Michael with our next one. Running back, we have Ford as an auto start here and a great matchup. And then I'm going to be going with Aaron Jones as the other play down in the flex over these guys. Like, I'm benching Josh Downs. And obviously, Mooney, Ayuk, and Addison, none of those guys are playing. Okay. Now, race D with our next one. Evan Ingram over Chiggs, easy for me. And then for the flex, I'm assuming you meant to ask like 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. So I'm going to go Genty and Hubbard at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Nico and Adams. And then in the flex, we're going to go with Tracy. But if it was actually this, you just play Genty in the flex. But I'm assuming it's what we said. Now, let's move this over to our next one. 8 crazy nights. Wide receiver. We're going to be going with Matthew Golden and Olave. Actually, I lied to you. We're going to go Waddle over. We're going to go Waddle in there over Golden. Tight end, give me Hunter Henry. The flex, we're going to go DeAndre Swift. CMC is good to go, so can't rely on Brian Robinson. And I would go Golden over Juwan Jennings. Now, Roberto with our next one. We're going to go DeAndre Swift over most of these players, but not Tet McMillan. Tet is an auto start. Again, I went through and I showed y'all my personal pick'em that I submitted. Biggest pick'em I put in quite some time. Tet McMillan, lower than 12.65 fantasy points. Amon-Ra St. Brown, higher than 11.85. This is about a 6. It's anywhere between a 5.5 to a 6x, depending on if we hit. I like the odds of it, so we're rolling with that. But realistically, for Tet to have higher projections than Amon-Ra St. Brown this week, it goes to show you have to play Tet. You have to jam him in. And then here, the best option that we have on the bench right now for Tilo is Torrey Horton or maybe Deonta Thornton. I'm not starting Thornton over Shakir, Bigsby, Eckler, or Pearsall. So I guess you could say Shaheed. And yeah, we're not starting Shaheed over any of these guys either, especially with no Chris Rodriguez. I think Eckler is even more appealing there in the flex in a deep league. Now, Doob 09er. We put Bowers in at tight end. I don't know if you're wanting to ask something else. We started Goff over Dak. Good call there. For the flex, I would go Igbuka over Trey Benson pretty easily. I would go DJ Moore over Jamison Williams. I'd probably go Jame over Igbuka. You go Igbuka. They're going to be going back and forth there. But definitely play DJ Moore at the very least. Now, Flock and Ferb, our next one. Running back between Dowdle, Benson, Spears. I'm going to go with Benson. Spears just isn't going to play. And then for the flex, we're going to go with Garrett Wilson. But we do need the highest ceiling possible because we got the worthy goose egg, effectively, for Friday night. Let's see. We're going to answer these two, and then we'll give out a bunch of free questions in the chat. So just get ready to hit the like button to be eligible. Subscribe to the channel to be eligible. And then get ready to drop your name in the chat, and we'll get y'all some free questions. Now, Richard, we have Ford, Tracy versus James Cook, Pollard. I would leave this running back room as is. I would go James Cook over Tony Pollard, even though Ford and Tracy project to have nice workloads. I think Pollard and James Cook are more talented players with better offenses. Not for Pollard this week, though, because obviously tough matchup. Now, Swag needs a wide receiver and a flex. We're going to go Marv over Rome for wide receiver, and then we'll go with Hubbard down in the flex. But great call to bench Pacheco. Let's refresh this. Okay, so we can give out some free questions real quick. So spam the chat with your flockfantasy.com username, and we'll pick a bunch of y'all to get some free questions too. And Tyrone, I will check your team review. We'll do that right now as we wait for more start set questions to come in. Tyrone, just got you, my guy. Okay. Let's go. EJ Riggs. I think we maybe have already sent you some free questions, but let me see. Or maybe we picked you and we couldn't find you on the site if you didn't have the code in or something. I feel like I've seen this name before. EJ Rigged, just found you and just sent you over that start sit. Thank you for hanging out with us in the stream. JBark928. Just found you. Just sent you over that free start sit. Site in. Just found you and sent you over that voucher. Rat Reaper. I think you've won one of these before, but we'll send you over another. Not going to punish somebody for hanging out on the stream too much. Thank you for being with us. Just sent you that free start set. Let's get this going for Tyrone. Then we'll switch back over to some of the start set questions and maybe send some more free ones out in the chat as well. Okay, so congrats on the engagement, Mason. 14-team PPR. Was struggling at my running back too. Traded Waddle for Tracy and Rome. 14-team league. Phenomenal move. Where the depth matters a ton. Love that. Maybe wanted to trade Jerome and a wide receiver for a solid RB2 next week. Thanks for all the hard work you do. Really appreciate you, my friend. And we are sitting here at the very top of the league analyzer, right? There are two teams that stand above the rest. And that is us and then this Too Sweet team. But let me send you over some free vouchers here, just in case you have anything that you want to follow up with later. But I know you're in the live chat right now. So also feel free to just let me know, Tyrone, if you have any questions as we go through this. But it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth's not going to be super, super important, which pulling this team up, yeah, your trade was even better than we initially thought. Looking at what we have for quarterback, we have the elite option with Jaden Daniels. 14-team league, sometimes you'll have everybody rostering 2 QBs, and it's like, you know what? Typically on a Jaden Daniels build, we don't want to roster a second one. Looks like in this league, I would be fine rostering a second one if you could open up a roster spot easily. But the issue is, like, the worst player on your team is probably Jerome Ford, and we can't cut Jerome Ford for Drake May. But Drake May is just significantly better than any other waiver wire quarterback here. So if you were able to make a 2-for-1 deal and pick up Drake May, I think in a 14-team format, there's a world in which if May balls early, you actually could get some value out of him in a trade. Obviously, you'd never be able to in a 12-team, never be able to in a 10-team. Now, going over to running back, we are sitting with the combo of HN, Tracy, Bigsby, Braylon, Jerome Ford. And we just got word that Jaden Reed's going to be playing week 1. I would not put Jaden Reed in your starting lineup, but it does probably negatively impact just a little bit the combo of Tucker Kraft and Matthew Golden. But running back, HN, great RB1 in a 14-team league. Tracy, capable RB2. Bigsby, Braylon, Ford, great running back depth. Going over to receiver, we have Neighbors, JSN, Travis Hunter, Ibuka, Rome. Phenomenal wide receiver. This is a great team. I think I would have hated it before you made your trade to get Tracy and Rome, but trading Waddle for that pairing in a 14-team league where we needed the running back production helps us so damn much. Realistically, looking at what we can do now, like, if you could get Jerome Ford in a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade elsewhere, like you send Ford and JSN, or like realistically, we're not doing that. If you send Ford and Ibuka, I love Hunter and I love Ibuka. Dear God. If you can turn around and send Ford and like Rome for Sutton, Metcalf, Wilson, Marv, Terry, if we can find somebody in a 14-team league that thinks that Jerome Ford's going to be a viable RB2 for him, Ford's probably going to crush this week. But once you get Judkins back next week and beyond, Ford's almost going to be a zero. He's almost somebody that you will be able to drop. Probably not in a 14-team format, but in other leagues for sure. And then with your open roster spot, the thing is that's surprising in this 14-team league is you have players that are exciting to pick up. Byshell Tootin, Quentin Johnston, Luther Burden, Drake May. So I think it incentivizes you that much more to make that 2-for-1 deal. If you can sell Ford and get either an upgrade at running back or wide receiver, frankly, it doesn't matter which way you go about it. But after this week, Ford is going to be almost nothing. And on top of that as well, you could say potentially, just potentially, you can make that deal in the next 20 minutes, make that deal before week 1 kicks off, because if so, in that case, like somebody could actually use Jerome Ford in their starting lineup where we don't need him, but he would be a great running back too for a lot of people in a 14-team league. But let me see if we have anything from Tyrone here in the chat, seeing if he has any specific questions about this right now. I love your team. I love the trade you made. Saying maybe target Amari and Hampton. If you could go like Travis Hunter and Jerome Ford, Ibuka and Jerome Ford, and go get Hampton, 100%. I would love to do that. With Hampton seeing like 15 touches in comparison to Najee Harris with 1. I understand that Hampton was maybe a little disappointing fantasy points wise, but the usage was phenomenal. So if you have any more questions, please let me know in the chat. I'm going to be on the lookout for them. But great team. I wish I had more for you, but I think you've done a phenomenal job here considering the depth of your league and the trade that we made to go and get the extra running back with Tracy. Which is funny because in like a 10-team league, I'd never be spazzing about Tracy going like, oh yes, we got Tyrone Tracy. Hell yeah. But in a 14-team league, it really does matter. Now, yeah. Tyrone, thank you so much again. I sent you over some of those free questions on the site too. So if you had anything else that you want to follow up with, I'd be happy to look at it. Let's move this back over and get to some more of the start sit questions. We got C. Peterson here, quarterback. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to play Kyler over Caleb still, even with the illness. Again, the over-under of this game, the spread on this game didn't really change whatsoever, even with that report coming out. So sports books aren't worrying about it. I don't think I'm necessarily going to have to worry about it. Now, moving this over to our next one. Jay Rude here, double flex. Tracy, super easy play here. We already benched Keenan. Full PPR format. You could make an argument for Kupp. Kupp maybe is the play, but honestly, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Chubb. They're telling us Chubb's going to be a bell cow. It would make me a rich man with our underdog drafts if that does happen, especially considering our Quentin Johnston exposure. But realistically, I'm not getting overly optimistic because I think it's more likely than not probably going to be a committee where I don't expect Chubb to have a massive role as a receiver. So we'll go ahead and we'll take Chubb here. And let's refresh. We don't have any more start sit questions, so spam the chat with your flockfantasy.com username, and we will get more people set up with some free start sit questions if they have anything that they want to get in. And also, as I stall for y'all to get your stuff in, I will show y'all again the underdog pick'ems I'm rolling with tonight. We have about a 5 to 6x, like 5.5x. If Amon-Ra St. Brown has higher than 11.85 fantasy points and Tet has lower than 12.65. Love Tet this week. Get him in your starting lineup for sure. I just think for him to project to score more points than Amon-Ra St. Brown in week 1, that's crazy. Underdog's also allowing us for the Sunday night game to come up with a custom flock pick'em pack, and they are boosting it for us. So we have Derrick Henry lower than 4.5 yards for his longest reception, James Cook higher than 68.5 total yards, and Josh Allen higher than 229.5 passing yards. Usually that'd be a 6x, but we get it boosted for an 8.5x, and if you use code FLOCK, you should have that available to you as well. And then lastly, our other one that I did personally, I don't think this one's as interesting. It was only a 40% profit boost. And again, I wouldn't recommend this unless you could at least get it as a 6x, but you should have those profit boost tokens in your Underdog account, because Underdog's running a ridiculous amount of promos for week 1. And obviously, I know we always say this, but Underdog is available in the vast majority of states. Underdog is available in like 40 plus states, and it's in all the big ones pretty much. So if you wanted to tail us with that Underdog pick'em, you probably can. I'm going to leave the link in the description as well as the comment section. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get $50 added to your account after you play your first 5. And you will get those special boosted tokens that you can use with your pick'ems for this week. And on top of that, you'll get access to that Flock Fantasy Boosted Pick'em Pack as well. But now let's give away some free questions. This is Jess323. Appreciate you, Jess, and excited to send this over your way. 323. I typed them in backwards. Okay. I was going to say, I can't find you on the site, but okay, just sent you over that free start set. Shill, let me send you over one as well. Looks like you got the season pass. Actually, no, never mind. Different person. But anyway, nonetheless, I just sent you over a free start set. Caleb, let me send you over one. Just sent that your way. April, I appreciate you. Let me go ahead and send a couple your way. I'm going to send you the free start set, and on top of that, April, I actually can't find you on the site. When you made your account, I don't know if you use code FLOCK. If it's not too late, if you go to your account page on flockfantasy.com, you should be able to add the code there. Concerned Wafer is our next one. Okay, Concerned Wafer just sent you over that free start set as well. Let me see if anybody has submitted them on the site for us to answer. We got one from Mason. This is a flex play where we got to look at James Cook, Jerry Jeudy, Davante Adams, Cortland Sutton. Vast majority of weeks, this is going to be James Cook. It's not even going to be remotely close. However, this one may be a little bit tougher, because this week specifically, James Cook's in an environment in which you assume that the Buffalo Bills will be throwing the ball often against the Baltimore Ravens. Judy's in a great matchup. Sutton just gives you such a high floor. I'd probably still go with Cook, but I'm not a massive fan of the game environment or the matchup here. Okay, let me refresh this. Got It's Your Daddy Roberts. Here, my guy, I can't see your what's it called? Your team, it looks like you didn't put anything in for this trade. So I'm going to go ahead and get you set up with some free trade stuff. I'll get you sent over a free trade question. And I think that should be probably it for this stream. We got 10 minutes. Actually, we'll get this for Kelly. I'm going to go Flowers. Flowers won't be my call most weeks. Most weeks, I think you're going to go with like JMO instead. But again, you have a much better matchup for Flowers than you do JMO this week, given the game environments. But I think that's going to be it. Usually we live stream all the way until kickoff, but to be honest with you, I am starving, so I'm going to have to get some food. I'm going to have to make some eggs for me. So I want to make those eggs before the games start because I want to be able to run over to the living room and actually watch the games from the very beginning. So I'm going to probably end this here. Again, I want to reiterate, I live stream every single day. I'm not going to miss a single day until Christmas for y'all. I'm going to be giving a ton of free questions out in the chat. Again, appreciate hanging out with us. We are on our road to 300,000 subscribers. I never thought it would be a possibility, but somehow, some way, we are here. So go down, drop a like on this live stream, get some luck going for week 1. Maybe I can use the engagement bit one more time to beg for a like. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I will be here to answer your questions for you every day. And I think that's it. If you wanted to know when we are live, if you hit the bell next to the subscribe button, YouTube will tell you just that. But that's all I got for y'all. I'm really wishing you the best of luck today. Really hoping we can celebrate together after the games. As soon as the Sunday night game ends, I'm going to be posting on this channel a recap of everything that's happened. I'm going to be posting on this channel the updated fantasy football rankings rest of season as well. Those rankings will come out on the website tonight, and those will come out on this YouTube channel tomorrow morning. But that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you and really hope I get to see you out with the video after the games tonight.